All right. Welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. Guys, tonight we're looking into the Leilani Simon trial up and coming. We're going to be doing some updates on what's going on with that and getting people up to date with what that's all about before that trial hits. So I thank you so much for joining me and a little bit more. So thank you so much for being here tonight, guys. I appreciate you all so very much. Hope you're having a great day. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, and welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I hope you're all having a great night. Thank you for being here. As it says, as I stated, tonight, guys, we're looking into what happened with the Quentin Simon case and his mother, who is going to be going on trial here for taking his life, up and coming. So we're going to catch up on that. Get everybody up to date on that before that trial hits. That we are going to be covering all next week. It should be. So we're going to be busy because we're going to be covering multiple trials, Sarah Boone as well as Leilani's trial too. So thank you guys for joining us tonight so very much. You are appreciated. It's great to have you all here. Thank you for that again. Come on in, get a seat, get comfortable if you will. Share this out, please. And please don't forget to hit that like button when you come through the door. I do appreciate that so very much. You have no idea. Give me one moment, everyone, to get this loaded in. Oh my goodness. I am not happy tonight. At all. Figured something out here just a little bit ago. I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is. Come on in, everybody, if you will, please. Pretty much that's kind of how we're going to have to roll at SRB. Come on in, everybody, if you will. Please share this out. Hit that like button if you can. Speaking of, who we got here with us tonight? Leslie and Billy. Welcome back to SRB. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Let's see. Brutally Honest, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. On the mic, my brother Mikey. Welcome back, dude. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for being here. Miss Taylor with Stitching Bitching and more. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you so much. Let me see. Steven's Adventure. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Always a pleasure. Come on in, if you will. Aqua Hearts, welcome. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us tonight. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're all having a great night tonight. All right, come on in, everyone. Let's see here. Oh, shoot. All right, let me see. Show. All right. Give me 1 minute. Gotta do some good. I gotta work on some advertising, you guys. I'm just not doing good at it at all. I gotta get myself together with that. All right. Come on in, everybody, if you will. Please get comfortable, grab a seat. Let's get to talking about this here in a minute. Brandy B, the OG's in the house. I see her there. Welcome to you. What the hell did I do? What? Leslie says, what? I'm prego? Am I? Okay. Well, hell. I'll be a millionaire soon if that's the case. Works for me. Works for me. So bees it. Just trying to give everybody a chance to jump in here before I get rolling. Stormy Sherry, welcome to you. Good evening. No, it's just a cross communication about something. No big deal. Nothing with you guys. Everything's okay. Something I didn't know or see, and I'll survive it. Come on, and everybody. Come on. So this microphone, I guess, is going to be leaving, but I'm going to be able to keep the microphone stand or the arm, but this one might have to go so that I can use my soundboard along with the morning show, which I thank you all again for joining us for that today. I hope you enjoyed. I'm very much enjoying those morning shows, especially being joined with Doodle and the Mama Bear. Can't get any luckier than that. Under Your Scars, welcome. Love the name. Great to see you. Exotic Prairie, welcome to you. I do too, SRB, but it won't let me use my soundboard to run through this, so it kind of sucks. I like it too, and the only thing I like about it is if you bump it, it turns it off. You know how many times I've done that to you guys, and it's not good. It is not good. Welcome, Miss Wisdom Speaks is in the house. Miss Sherry, gotcha. Good to see you, as well as Miss Zelda. Thank you so much for joining us, Miss Zelda. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. I'm sure you're tired, but you're still jumping in here. Come on in, everybody. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Got 22 peeps in here with 15 likes. Guys, please hit that like button if you will, please. I appreciate that so very much. Give it a few more minutes. I just don't want to start it up and have people not understand what we're talking about. Come on. You doing okay, Miss Sherry? I hope you're feeling okay or feeling any better. Wonderful to have you here, Exotic. Yes, they're definitely having cameras in the courtroom. We are definitely going to be. That's why I'm excited about us covering it. I cannot wait, Cotton. I can't wait, Captain. Miss Noni McPoppins in the house. I love your name. I always have. And yo, baby Blondie, it is so great to see you. Thank you for twice now. Thank you for joining us, Blondie. We appreciate you so much. JR Nana Boomer, welcome to you. Sending love and light to all. And back to you, Nana. We appreciate you. Oh, Lord, Miss Sherry, please get better. You make me so nervous when you get sick. It really does. I hope you're on medicine or something. It makes me nervous when you get sick. I'll be praying for you, Sherry. You know that. Traffic jam. Mr. Walt's in the house. Get out of there. Get out of that traffic jam, sir. You're fine, Walt. Take your time. Be careful, brother. Be safe on them streets. Come on in. Welcome, Callie Dime. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Krista Williams, welcome. I'm going to do something here real quick, guys. Now, I'm not going to show anything that's going to upset anybody, okay? But the basis of this entire case is the fact that this horrible person took the life of a 3-year-old baby, her own child. that may bother some people. Okay. And so, because of that, I'm going to throw up a trigger warning to get everybody.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Just that's just so that everybody knows the content of what we're talking about. There's not necessarily going to be anything shown. It's just the thought will bother some people, and I want to give you guys the opportunity to know what this is about. That it may not be for you. So, it should be okay. Thank you, Walt. And that's just for that. And some people don't deal well with some of these cases that we cover in regards to little children. Okay, it's hard on me, but it still needs to be talked about. Still needs to be put out there. And I'm just saying, and it's understandable for some people. Completely, I get it. Don't ever feel bad about it. It's a little rough, but I want to make sure everybody knows what's going on because we're going to be in the trial for this. So therefore, it's one of them things. Don't ever feel bad if you can't handle this and you need to step out. Please, guys, don't. Your emotional and mental health is way more important to me than having you in here for this. Is all I'm saying. Tomboy's in the house. How you doing tonight, Miss Tomboy? I hope you're feeling good. Guys, do me a favor. I'm getting nervous. Please keep Miss Wisdom Speaks in your thoughts and prayers, guys. She's not doing very well. She's getting sick, you know what I'm saying? So just think about her and keep her in your thoughts and prayers, if you will, until she gets a little bit better. I worry about her so very much. I know that she gets irritated with me if we make a big deal about it, but still, she's very important to me and to this channel. And just knowing that she's not feeling well bothers me. So just keep her in your thoughts and prayers, if you will. And she's she'll be here regardless of whether she could have her arm dangling. She'd still try to show up in here. So just please do that. We appreciate that so very much. We love you, Sherry. You know that. Please take care of yourself. And if it's too much, please just do what you got to do, dear. You do not need to apologize, Miss Sherry, ever. CZ, welcome. Good to see you. Tomboy, Walt Harris, all of y'all. Thank you for jumping in. We got 39 amazing peeps in here right now. And 23 likes, guys. Let's try to make that match. Thank you to the people that are standing out there watching from the hallway. We appreciate you so very much, too. Please hit that like button, guys. Share this out, if you will, to anybody you think would want to have a conversation about this case. Like I said, we're going to be following the trial right along with the Boone trial. We're going to be busy, but we're going to be doing it. And thank you, Ms. Zelda, there for that again, dear. I appreciate you so much. That's right. Well, you do matter. So do you, Miss Sherry. So do you. Come on in, guys. I love that. Tomboy said, I'm sorry you're under the weather. Hugs and soup to make you feel better, love. That's awesome. I've never heard that before. I like that, Tomboy. Here's some hugs and soup so you'll feel better. Welcome, Miss Paula. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Or wait, is she here? Was that her? No. Nope. Oh, damn it, Walt. You confused me. I thought I seen her name pop up and it wasn't her. I'm sure she'll be here if she can. No worries. 37 people, 24 likes. We're getting there. Come on in, everybody. Like I said, we're about to get rolling. Of course, we're going to be rolling and talking about reviewing Court TV's version of what went on with that at some point, too. Good old Vinny. I love what Vinny's got to say about things. So there's that. All right, hold on a minute. My understanding, the jury is now. We'll look into that too, but the jury's now seated for this. We're gonna go back about as close to the beginning as I can get to give you, because I like to do that. Showing you guys the initial news break. This one is hard, guys. Just bear with me. Awesome, Nana. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that very much. Another one that was rough for me was Kelly Rodney's case. Okay. Am I taking too long, Mikey? I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. So I love soup anytime, Callie, even when I'm sick, especially when I'm sick. But I could eat soup every day. I love different kinds. It's great to have you here, Miss Taylor. 36 peeps in here, and that's fine. If anybody else pops in here, guys, we will just update them. That's to where we're at. Boing. What the perk? Sorry, Doodle. All right, almost about to kick this off and set this up for you. Mama Bear is burnt out, guys, but guess what? She starts her vacation, so she'll be with us soon. Squishy bum. Welcome back, Ro. Great to see you tonight, Rowena. Great to have you here. Let's see. Let me double check just to be sure I got everybody before we get kicking. 45 peeps in the house. Thank you so very much for being here, guys. I appreciate it so much. Siggy, I was just thinking about a way I could get a hold of you. We're live because you said you didn't get the notification, but you're here. Thank you for that. Excuse me. Croc Charlie, welcome back to you. Death Valley Tiger, hello. Yes, they did. Bama's not doing so well. Tigger, hello and welcome. Great to see you. Let's see here. All right, let's get to moving. Again, guys, as you come through that door, if you will, please hit that like button. Pretty please, if you can. And if you could, share this out to anybody you think would want to hear about this, please. I appreciate that so very much. Oh no, Stormy. He's definitely been found. That's how they ended up finally charging her at some point. And we'll talk about that stuff too. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. Appreciate you so much for wanting to hear about this. So let's get this show on the road.
I did. I got here about 3 o'clock yesterday.
Let me know, everybody, if there's any audio issues, please, and thank you.
And I got here about 3:30 in the morning.
It's been crazy. I mean, we don't know nothing. Whether it's the answers we want to hear or answers we don't want to hear, we just want to know something. My concern is him, and that's all it is. I mean, we concerned with his well-being.
I know everybody worked really hard yesterday, but I want them to keep working hard.
And we appreciate everything that everybody has done, all the people that's come out and searched for him and all that. And he's always smiling. He's a happy kid. I mean, you get some kids.
My apologies. I thought I said it, but again, welcome, Siggy and Mike. It's so wonderful to have you tonight. Thank you so much for being here. We do appreciate you both so very much for being here. I always forget to do that, so my deepest apologies for not doing that. Welcome, Mike and Miss Siggy. We appreciate you both. Thank you.
But he always had a big smile on his face, and he was always happy.
Let me ask you, why are you getting emotional?
Because he's not here. He's just a baby. And I want him home. He's just a baby. Leilani's my daughter. She's 22. She hasn't always done the right things. And sometimes she does really great, and sometimes she doesn't. And I don't know what to think right now. I don't know what to believe, because I don't think anybody ever believes that this is going to happen to them. So I don't know if I can trust her or if I don't. I just know I'm hurting, and I want this baby home.
We want answers, and we don't have answers.
Just thank you to everybody that's helped.
Thank you for everybody that's looked for him,
and please don't stop looking.
Yeah, like I said, we want answers. We want to find him. That's the answer we want, is somebody found him. You know, we're still hoping and praying, and we wish everybody pray for us.
Yes.
Now, that was an interview. That lady was Quentin's grandmother, Billy Joe, and her husband. That was an interview that came out shortly after he went missing, and it was stated almost immediately that they believed that Leilani had something to do with this. And then the babysitter, who you're going to meet up with too at some point here. So I just wanted to give you, that was an early interview. This is senseless. This never had to happen. Never, in my opinion. It just never did. So now we're going to move on into the coverage that we're running with today. Again, this trial is coming up real soon here. 1 second here. Where are we at? Well, give me one moment, folks. My apologies. This was absolutely senseless, and you're gonna see, as you'll probably catch on to, this was weird to me. As we covered another child that went missing a while back, Elijah Boo. A lot of you probably won't remember the name. I'm telling you, Quentin and him could have been brothers, guys. Quentin looked just like him. Quentin was such a beautiful little boy. He really was. They all are. All these children are so beautiful. It breaks my heart in two pieces, literally, right in half, guys, that this stuff happens, and it just doesn't have to. It's so senseless. But this is where we're at with this. And this happened a while ago, guys. It's been a while, okay? And now we're just now getting to the trial. So here we
I'm Vinny Politan. The subject of my investigation is the tragic story of a little 20-month-old boy from Georgia named Quentin.
I'm sorry, I was wrong. 20 months old. He wasn't 3. I keep mixing the age up with Elijah because they both are they look so much alike. So he's 20 months old. My apologies, everybody. Thank you, Benny. Appreciate that very much.
Simon. Now, once you see a picture of this little guy, you will wonder how anyone could bring harm to him, but someone did. Here's his story.
Jilly Bean, thank you so much for joining us tonight, dear. We appreciate you so much. Thank you, Doodle. God bless, dear. Appreciate you. And I appreciate anybody that does donate to these links to help us continue to do what we do every day to bring this info to you guys so very much. Thank you, Doodle. I love you. And Jilly, it's great to see you tonight, dear. Yeah, I do it all the time. I feel guilty when I do it too, SRB. I just don't get it. But he's 20 months old. Beautiful, beautiful little guy. He really was. This makes me sick. On we go.
20-month-old Quentin Simon was living with his grandparents, his mother Leilani, and her boyfriend. On October 5th, 2022 at 9:40 a.m., there was a call to 911 to report this little boy missing. The investigation began as a missing persons case. Was this an abducted child? Did little Quentin sneak away into the nearby woods? Soon, the investigation would change. It became a homicide investigation, with Quentin's mom as the prime suspect. Then the true crime community spotlight started to shine on Leilani and her family. Protesters began to gather outside of their home, demanding answers and making accusations. The police investigation continued and led to an expansive search of a landfill. Eventually, remains of Quentin were found. Leilani was arrested, locked up, and charged with his murder. And now a jury and the public will hear the evidence that hopefully answers all those questions about what happened to little Quentin Simon. All the stories we do are difficult. When it's little children like that, it takes it to the next level. Did you see his little brown? I mean, you look at that child. Why would anyone do anything other than hug him? I don't understand that, but we've got to try to figure this all out. Got to figure this all out. And investigations often start, and really do start most of the times, with the 911 call. That's the first time that law enforcement is then intervening in whatever is happening. And that's what happened here. There's a 911 call made, and it's Leilani Simon and her boyfriend, Daniel, who have the phone and are making the call in the morning. It's about 9:40. Take a listen.
911, what is your emergency?
Yeah, I need Louis come from kidnapped. Yeah.
Did you say someone been kidnapped?
Yeah, we.
Your 1-year-old son? When was the last time you seen him?
I saw him this morning when I left at 6.
Okay, have you guys gone outside to check the area?
Yes.
How old is he?
And he can't open the door.
So you think someone broke in and they any time to break it in?
No. No breaking in, the door was open.
Was it unlocked?
Yeah, but the front door had bolts though, but yeah, it was.
Okay. Give me a description on him. Give me a description.
He's, like,
He's what now?
You get dark brown hair. His eyes are like a brown green hazel.
Okay. And he's black, white, and Hispanic. He's what now? Hawaiian?
Yes.
It's you listen to the call and you're wondering. I mean, because it has happened. We've covered that story where someone breaks into a home in the middle of the night and takes a young child. It can happen. It has happened. But you look at a case like this and a story and an investigation, and a child goes missing from a house. I mean, there's an obvious first question for all of this, and it's our first question of our investigation tonight, which is, who was at the house that day? Who was there? It's an important question. Who are the people that are in the house where Quentin was staying? Let me bring in my guests who are going to help us through all this. Joining me, forensic death investigator, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, and host of the very popular Body Bags podcast, Joseph Scott Morgan, and podcast host and Pop Crime TV reporter, Lauren Conlon with us. Thank you both for being here. Great to see you. I wanted to put up a quick little timeline here because this is a story where a little bit of information has come out, not a ton, but some information has come out. This is significant. 5:29 a.m., Quentin's babysitter receives a text message saying no services would be needed for Quentin that day. That's 5:29 a.m. 6 a.m., baby Quentin is reportedly last seen in his playpen at the home. 9:39, Leilani and her boyfriend Daniel call 911 to report Quentin missing. Then we get to 1 o'clock and the FBI immediately jumping in to help with this search down in Savannah, Georgia. So Lauren, as we look at who's at the house that night, so Leilani's obviously there. It seems her boyfriend Daniel is there. Who else is in this home?
Well, Vinny, I first want to clarify that this home belongs to Leilani's mother, Billie Jo Howell, and her husband, Thomas Howell. And Leilani and Daniel and the 3 kids have a room downstairs while the upstairs is occupied by Billie Jo and Thomas, and also Leilani's older brother, Paul Simon. And yes, that's his real name, Paul Simon. But Billie Jo and Thomas were not there at the time. As far as we know, it was just Leilani, Thomas, and the 3 kids.
Joseph Scott Morgan, looking at that timeline, the first thing that jumps out to me, 5:29, canceling the babysitter. You don't need to come over. And this is someone from the neighborhood who has spoken about the case, but is, likely going to be an important witness in all this. And then at 6 o'clock, it seems that the boyfriend says, yeah, I saw Quentin at 6 a.m. when I was leaving for work. I'm looking at those two things. I wonder, well, why don't you need the babysitter?
Welcome, Mystic.
Yeah, one of the things that we look for in investigations, Vin, is particularly when you're talking about, because, initially this is a missing child case, all right? So you begin to think about that, and one of the questions you're going to ask, is there anything that indicates that behaviors have deviated from the norm? So when you would question a parent about something like this, something so horrible, one of the first questions out of the gate is, do you ever cancel the babysitter? And if so, how frequently have you done this? And is this the normal time of day that you would do this? Remember, this is done from texting. So if there's a history of this, you can go back and look at the text if this is their normal piece, if this is the way they do it. And right you are, Vin, when you talk about this point of contact, they're going to be essential in establishing the timeline and also prior behaviors.
Yeah, Lauren, this to me, the canceling of the babysitter at 5:29, to me is a little odd. It's a lot odd. Like if you don't need a babysitter, you should know the night before. Would you wake up at 5 o'clock and say, oh, we don't need a babysitter today? That defies logic, I think, to anyone.
Yes, I agree with you. It's incredibly odd. As a mother, I'm not waking up at 5:30 a.m. and texting my babysitter. And I think that this babysitter really cared about Quentin. There are reports that this babysitter was actually the one that got Leilani to call 911 in the first place, or got Daniel to call. So it's interesting. I mean, this was just the start of Leilani's lies, but I know that you're going to get to that, so I won't give anything away. But yeah, it's the start.
Yeah, we've got a lot to get to. Well, let's listen to Billy Joe, who's Leilani Simon's mother, Quentin's grandma, and as Lauren said, the owner of the home.
Did she have her own rooms within that residence that were?
Yes, sir, she did.
Who did she reside there with?
Danny, Young King.
Thank you all for joining us tonight.
My husband, Thomas Howell, and my son, Paul Simon, and the 3 children.
3 minor children.
All right, Joseph, so we're laying out who's in the house. So you're investigating this, and everyone who has access to the house or lives in the house obviously needs to be interviewed, and their story has to be verified, because that's the first place you have to look when a child is missing.
Yeah, you're right. But, you know, one of the initial statements that came out relative to this person is that they stated that the child had been taken or snatched. You know, to think about that, just let that seep into the groundwater there and think about that a little bit. Why is it that your mind flies to that issue immediately? And if that's the case, and if you can come up with that supposition, the question is, who in the hell is coming and going out of that house on a daily basis, on an hourly basis? And why is that house unsecured? Those are the big questions that you're going to be asking, because first off, who knows who the occupants are in that house? If they have an awareness that this little child, this precious little baby is in that house, who would have that information, that would know that that child is there, and that would be so motivated to snatch that child away from that family and
I will
run
be
off
right
with
back
them?
with you
That's
guys.
a big question here.
Almost.
And the other thing, Lauren, that we heard in the 911 call was the door is open.
Very fluid and
but then
moving.
the boyfriend says, yeah, but it's got
and
bolts,
I've
but
been
it's
sending out
open.
messages
and
all
very
day.
clear to say, well, Quentin
So
can't
let me
open the
reply
door.
to this very important message.
But the door is open. You live in an area like this, and there's woods in a
I'm going to
neighborhood.
play another post,
It
another
seems you should be
video
spending
of
some
some
time
more of our
outside
missing.
searching
So
for the
again,
child.
thank you
like
so much for everybody being so
frantically
patient. I will
searching
get
for the
back to you
child.
guys in just a minute.
I agree with you. And I thought that was a little odd that while Danny is making the phone call, she's just kind of in the background adding context, because that's also not something that you would normally do on a 911 call. Start saying, well, it could be this. Well, it could be that. You're going to want to say, what should I do? Should I go search? You know, what, like everybody come quick.
Sorry, you guys. I was leaving a message. My apologies.
Come quick. My son is missing. You don't really get that. You hear more excuses.
Absolutely. All right, Lauren, Joseph Scott Morgan staying with us. Coming up next, what will investigators be able to determine from Quentin's remains?
Additional testing, including a DNA analysis, is being conducted, and we have every reason to believe that this will confirm the remains are Quentin's.
How could live ammunition have made it onto that set? An A-list actor charged in the fatal shooting on a film set.
Reporting and making false statements in connection with the disappearance and death of her son, 20-month-old Quentin Simon. Leilani Simon is being held at the Chatham County Detention Center and is awaiting a bond hearing. We do not anticipate any other arrests in this case. She has been the sole suspect from the beginning. On Friday, our search teams at the waste management landfill found what they believed were human remains. This afternoon, the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia confirmed that they are, in fact, human remains. Additional testing, including a DNA analysis, is being conducted, and we have every reason to believe that this will confirm the remains are Quentin's.
He was thrown out like garbage. This little boy that you're looking at was killed, and
I still cannot process this. I don't know how any living, breathing human being can do this. I don't understand the mentality to this. I'll never get this. I never, ever will, ever. This is a living, breathing, beautiful child of God. And just how? How does this happen? I don't get it.
and thrown out like garbage. They had to go to a landfill to recover his remains.
Unreal. Which brings me to my next question, which is about what happened to the little guy. What will investigators be able to determine from Quentin's remains? It's so sad. It is so sad. But the investigation must continue. You got to figure this stuff out. Still with us, Joseph Scott Morgan and Lauren Conlon. Lauren, the one thing about this search that I think people have to realize, this was like a massive search that was done, an incredible effort by everyone involved.
Yes, Vinny, it was a huge search. Tons of money was put into this, over $250,000 by the county. The FBI was involved. You know, they had local police, a canine team, helicopters. Everybody in the area was searching for Quentin Simon.
Joseph Scott Morgan, I want to read something from the state's filing just to give a little perspective on what happened to Quentin, and then you can help us answer the question about what investigators are going to be able to figure out from this part of the evidence. But hours after the defendant had discarded Quentin's body in the dumpster, the hydraulic forks of a front-loading garbage truck lifted up the dumpster and dumped its contents, including Quentin, into the large box that constitutes the back of the truck. Then a powerful compactor built into the truck compacted the contents of the box. Eventually, the truck gorged its load at the trash basin of a local landfill. A bulldozer then shoved the heaped garbage 300 feet from the trash basin to a cell. Once at the cell, the garbage and Quentin were compacted by a roughly 50-ton machine that looks something like a steamroller, but with rollers that are studded rather than smooth. Then there was the search. The process consisted of excavators scooping garbage out of the cell and loading it into dump trucks. The dump trucks unloading the garbage at an open area known as a search deck. The garbage then being spread out into an even layer on the search deck. Law enforcement combing through the garbage, then clearing it to make room for the next load. This was repeated day after day, load after load, ton after ton. Quentin's body, is what they're saying here, went through a lot. But they did it, Joseph Scott Morgan. They found whatever was left of these remains. What are they going to be able to determine from these remains?
Well, I got to tell you, Ben, tip of the cap, first off, to law enforcement and these people that were boots on the ground. You realize how unsuccessful most of these searches generally are? I know you realize that. We've covered it for years. And I've been a part of searches like this. And it is an absolute nightmare to work in this environment. And, you know, they talked about the truck or the piece of equipment that compounds everything that's contained in there. These landfills are split up into, they call it cells. You can call it grids as well, because you can't dump in the same area all the time. You have to keep it evenly spaced. And the upside is, you know, where that particular dumpster originated from that day. So it would be isolated in that specific topographic area for that site. One of the things you have working against you is nature. Remember, a landfill is there to break down all organic material. And I'm not being disrespectful here, but the human body is chief among these. And so decomposition is promoted. One interesting piece to this, Finn, is that they talk specifically about finding skeletal remains, which means that within weeks, his little precious body would have broken down very quickly, probably a lot quicker than, say, for instance, if this was a body that was placed out in the woods somewhere. You get it into this environment and it's greatly compromised. So if you're looking for, say, injuries to the tissue, like a bruise or even a gunshot wound or a knife wound, you're not going to find it most of the time, because all of the soft tissue will be gone. So then you're reliant upon the the skeletal remains, which they removed to Quantico. And that's kind of an interesting bit there. For me, it was, at least. They first went to Quantico, and then they came back to the state of Georgia to the state medical examiner's office. They quickly, early on, determined that these were a child's skeletal remains, which are completely different than an adult. They're not matured, and so they're very easily compromised. The bones are very soft. So that's why this is, I'm not trying to be grotesque. I'm just saying this is a miracle that they even found him. And so that's why this is such an achievement on the part of law enforcement, and they couldn't deserve more credit.
And as you get those remains and you examine them, what are you looking for? What can you get from the skeletal remains of this small young child?
Yeah, one of the key things is they're being very cagey about this. Did you notice in the report, it was very nonspecific relative to, well, the weapon or the instrument that was used. They talked about, and I'm going to get the phrase, maybe you can correct me here, but it was an instrument that was used, and it was nonspecific. Well, an instrument, or an object rather, can be any number of things. It can be a hammer, a baseball bat, it can be a knife. You know, those are all objects or instruments. Generally when you hear object, though, that implies blunt force trauma. So I have to ask myself this: if you're making that determination, and again, we don't have this in its final context, do you have some bit of the skull that remained where you could appreciate maybe some kind of fracture or something that had occurred? Because if you're talking about a knife wound, much more difficult to assess that on skeletal remains.
Joseph Scott Morgan, thank you so much. Really appreciate your insight, and you do it so well and so delicately. Lauren Conlon, thank you as well. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues. I'm Vinny Politan. We continue our investigation of the tragic death of little Quentin Simon. He was 20 months old, which is really the age when our children start to become little people. But for Quentin, his chance to live and grow was taken. Here's his story.
This is 20-month-old Quentin Simon, an absolute angel. With his warm brown eyes and shiny hair, learning something new every day and growing into his little personality. It's hard to believe that anyone could or would bring harm to Quentin. But someone did. He was reported missing on October 5th, 2022. He had been living in Savannah, Georgia with his grandparents, his mom, and her boyfriend. His remains were found in a landfill after an extensive search. Prosecutors say it was the actions of Leilani Simon, his mother, that led them to that search. She's now been charged with his murder, but there are still plenty of questions in this case that prosecutors believe they can answer as they seek justice for little Quentin Simon.
It's a tragedy beyond tragedies. You know, children are so dependent on the adults in their world and the adults in their lives. And they trust their parents. They trust the adults. And when that trust is broken, to me, it's beyond heartbreaking, because what stands between a child and harm are the ones who are there to protect them, to hug them. And obviously that didn't happen in this case. You go to the indictment, and we haven't learned a ton of specifics about this case because of the way it has sort of proceeded through our system of justice, and some information has come out. For instance, take a look here at count 1 from the indictment. Malice murder. This is Georgia. Leilani Marie Simon, on or about the 5th day of October, 2022, did unlawfully, with malice aforethought, cause the death of her son, Quentin Simon, a human being, in a manner unknown to the grand jury at this time? Unknown. Like I said, putting together the pieces of this story and trying to figure out exactly what happened has not been easy for investigators. They need to tell a story, though. When you go to trial, you need to tell a story to the jury. If you're trying to prove someone did something, you got to tell them what you believe they did, which brings me to my next question. What do prosecutors say happened to Quentin? That's the opening statement. I mean, you've got to tell the jury, hey, this is what happened to this child. This is why we are here. Joining me to help us work through all of this, private investigator Jason Jensen and podcast host and Pop Crime TV reporter Lauren Conlon. I wanted to put one other count from the indictment up because I think this gives us, again, another piece of information from Quentin's story. And this is count 2 from the indictment, felony murder. Did commit the offense of aggravated assault, a felony, in that the accused, Leilani Simon, the mother, did make an assault upon the person of her son, Quentin Simon, with an object that when used offensively against a person did result in serious bodily injury. The nature of the object being unknown to the grand jury at this time. Jason Jensen, things being unknown to the grand jury, to me, problematic. We don't know the manner in which Quentin's life was taken. They say there's an object used. We don't know what the object used here is. There seems to be a few holes right now in this case, unless they just don't want to reveal them, but they didn't reveal it to the grand jury.
You're right, Benny, and that's the biggest challenge that we have here. I mean, definitely by saying that it's unknown, they don't know how it happened or maybe even why it happened. But what we do know is that from our experience in the legal system, that when a parent combines, illegal controlled substance usage, it often leads to child neglect or abuse. So we have that as a guide for them to follow. And then when they're investigating the disappearance and we get all these conflicting stories that don't align with the facts, then you know that that's the key suspect to be worried over. And certainly the circumstances of losing custody a week before kind of adds into this. So clearly we know who did it. We just don't know how or why.
Lauren, here's a big question. I think that is a cloud over this case. They've been saying she was the lone suspect from the start. I get it, but she's not home alone. Her boyfriend is there. Her boyfriend is there. How does he not have the information or not be charged? That's the part that is very confusing to me.
I understand, Vinny. It's confusing. However, I believe that from the start, police knew right away what they were dealing with. Leilani told lie after lie after lie. She was under the influence of a controlled substance. She lied about that. She lied about her whereabouts that night. She lied about her whereabouts the next morning. So right away, they knew what was going on. They just had to prove it. And between analyzing her cell phone records and going through the house and searching, I believe all of that combined. Oh, along with the fact, Vinny, that she was seen with her mother the first day that the landfill was searched. She was seen with her mother taking shots at a bar. She just appeared to be living her life, lying, not exactly caring. So they just had to get their evidence together and make an arrest here. But you're right, confusing, but they knew.
Let me, Jason, count 3 of the indictment for felony murder. The accused did maliciously cause her son, Quentin Simon, cruel and excessive physical pain. It seems to make an allegation like that, you have to have some idea of what happened here.
Right, yeah, they're definitely going through the list of possibilities, going from, felony murder, aggravated murder, and really trying to cover all their bases, and they're going to let the facts play out and the jury decide.
Now, we did get something from one state filing in this case, which to me tells us how they ended up at the landfill. The state provided the following information regarding the locations and times of the offensive charged in counts 1 through 4. At the residence located at the house from approximately 11:10 p.m. on October 4th, 2022 to approximately 1:10 a.m. on October 5th, 2022. So she's home from 11:10 to 1:10. Then inside a Dodge Journey bearing a Georgia tag number en route from the house to the dumpsters at the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza between 1:10 a.m. and approximately 1:19 a.m. A 9-minute drive from the home to this mobile home plaza, the dumpsters there. And then at the dumpsters at the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza between approximately 1:19 a.m. to 1:22 a.m. on October 5th, 2022. Jason Jensen, you put together the pieces of a circumstantial case. You look at some of the circumstances here. She's out the night before 1:10 driving to the dumpsters at a mobile home community.
Right, and her excuse was she claimed that she went to a friend's house to get Oragel, and then when obviously, the investigators are going to vet out that information, and when it doesn't jive, then they know that there's something more sinister that deals with the dumpster. So that's why their investigation led to the landfill.
They've got her at the dumpsters. They follow where that dumpster ended up, and they found little Quentin's remains. Lauren, the other thing about this is this now gives me a timeline, right, of when they believe he's dead. The night before. I remember the boyfriend on the phone with 911 saying he saw Quentin at 6 a.m. Those two things don't equal. That doesn't work.
You're right. And I want to point out that Leilani did admit to going to the dumpsters. She said she was just disposing your normal garbage right at 1 a.m. But you're absolutely right, Vinny. Danny said that he saw Quentin. So we're left wondering, did he see him? Is he lying? I mean, I have a feeling that these two, and this is my speculation based on Leilani, they do some drugs. Maybe he doesn't have a good sense of time. We don't know yet.
Jason, he seems to be the most important witness for this case if he's going to testify. He hasn't been charged with anything, right? So he can come into the courtroom and kind of talk about this, but he's got to explain how he can see Quentin at 6 a.m. that morning after the babysitter was called at 5:30 and canceled, but sees him on the way out to work, yet prosecutors are going to say that child was disposed of the night before.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Danny has a immunity situation going on where he's providing state's witness testimony against Leilani because, that's their best evidence to get a conviction. So I wouldn't be surprised if he knew more and could have been charged, but in order to help build a case against the actual actor that caused the death, they needed him to testify.
Yeah, and if he's the other person there, Lauren, my guess is when we get to trial, there's going to be some finger pointing. And Leilani, where's the natural place for her to point the finger? Right at her boyfriend, who said he saw Quentin that morning.
Yes, I'm ready for this trial. I mean, I feel like Danny, I agree with Jason with what he said, but I don't necessarily think Danny was involved in the killing, but it's completely possible that Danny was helping Leilani not get in trouble for her actions.
That makes sense. It doesn't make sense to do it, but your analysis makes sense of what happened here. All right, guests are staying with us. Still to come, and this is another question because there's some history here. Why didn't Leilani have custody?
How can you even live, breathe, sleep, eat? How? So, as a mother, I am Quentin's voice. We are all Quentin's voice.
We are all one of the most successful true crime TV shows ever.
This is crazy.
Now has a new home on America's original true crime obsession, 48 Hours on Court TV. Coming up next.
Here, I would be wanting everybody in the world to help me. Everybody and anybody. And
yeah, the jury's seated on this now. They have the jury pulled on this. Everything's set, ready to go. I believe Monday we're going to be kicking this off. So we will be covering this trial wholeheartedly. No problems there.
the fact that she's out here just living her best life, partying at Tabby, and your child is God knows who, laying where in the cold.
What happened to this 20-month-old child is unthinkable. No child should be harmed by anyone, let alone the person in their lives that should be their protector.
These are the types of cases that get people very worked up. People in the community, people in the true crime community got very worked up about this one. They still are, obviously, but now it's been a couple of years. Showing up, protesting at the house, and it's all because a little child, this little child, 20 months, is missing at that point, and mom does not seem that concerned, is not out searching, is like having a pretty good time. And it's very frustrating and it's heartbreaking. And then you dive a little deeper into the family dynamics and what exactly is going on here. Because this was a young mother, obviously, right? A young mother who didn't seem like she was ready for motherhood, but had children. Take a look at this. This is from the Georgia Child Support Worksheet. This is concerning Quentin. Child, Quentin Simon. Non-custodial parent, Leilani Simon. Non-parent custodian, Billy Howell. That's grandma. So in this case where a child goes missing and a child ends up in a landfill, this was a child who was on the radar as being potentially in danger. So much so that Quentin's mom did not have custody of her own child, yet that night she seemed to have custody of her child. Grandma's the actual parent here, is the custodial non-parent. So that brings us to our next question, which is an important one in understanding what exactly is going on in this little boy's life. Why didn't Leilani have custody of her child? You don't lose custody of your child that easily. There have to be issues. Still with me, Jason Jensen and Lauren Conlon. So let's talk about some of those issues and why she wouldn't have custody. Lauren, this is someone, I guess, troubled. A troubled young mother.
Yes, Leilani was actually on probation when Quentin passed away. She had quite a few charges under her belt, with the most recent charge being theft. She was caught burglarizing a store in North Carolina, and then she was caught stealing from somebody else's trailer. And I also want to point out, Vinny, that Billy Joe, her mother, I'm still trying to figure out how she had custody, because her rap sheet is longer than J-Lo's husband list. Billy Joel had grand larceny, battery, prostitution, possession, fraud. I mean, these kids, you have to just feel so bad because, my gosh, what did you all think was going to happen?
And Jason Jensen, so now you look at it and you say, Quentin's on the radar, right? They know that there's problems at home. They try to keep a child as close to home as possible when they can, if there's a relative who can jump in. And I guess the relative here was grandma, but as Lauren pointed out, grandma has her own history in all of this. So this was a child who seemingly didn't really have much of a chance.
Right, yeah. Typically, when this situation arises, it's because the parent, the natural parent, has issues with the law, oftentimes drug-related issues, and the types of offenses that she had recently been convicted of, the theft and the burglary and things, those are usually categorized as drug-related offenses because that's how they get the funds. They steal things or, trade them for drugs to, satisfy their addiction. So clearly that was the situation. The children, Quentin was removed from Leilani because of the drugs and placed in grandma's care, Billy Joe, but they were living together. So even though she wasn't supposed to have custody, it was still de facto custody because they're in the same home.
And that's where we get to the day or the night that Quentin dies, Lauren. And it seems that even though she's the non-custodial parent, she was the parent with custody at the time that Quentin died. Like, she is there. I don't know where grandma was.
Right. Grandma and her husband were not there. And this is the reason why the other two children were taken from grandma and moved to foster care after this happened, because she did not do her job. She left those babies with a mother who was not supposed to be a mother. She was never supposed to have custody of those kids at that time. And that right there is unfortunately on Billy Joe.
And it brings us like full circle, Jason, to the babysitter, who also will play a large role in all this, because this babysitter basically played a large role in the child's life. I think that was the best care that Quentin got, is when the babysitter got to take care of him.
Yeah, obviously state licensed, responsible adult that is watching more than Quentin as a profession. So certainly qualified and, trusted by other family members of different children to watch their kids. So the time that Quentin was in the best care was while, everybody's relieving their responsibilities to this babysitter.
Yeah, and as we wrap things up here, Lauren, when you look at these pictures of this child, I mean, what do you see?
Vinny, I can't even begin to explain how my heart is just broken. I can't even look at these pictures without wanting to cry. This entire show, you guys have been showing these adorable pictures of this toddler, so innocent, so precious, and the one person that he looked to, his mother, did this to him. I unfortunately think about the fear he must have felt, the confusion, the pain, and my heart breaks.
We're out of time. Thank you both so much. Lauren Conlon, Jason Jensen. We'll see you again. Unfortunately, this is not the first story of a young mother accused in the death of their child. We've seen it before. Sometimes it comes with little or no warning, but here it did. Quentin's grandma had custody. Protective services knew there were issues, and grandma needed to step in. This should not have happened, and we need to find out how and why it did. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
He's right. How did Billy Joe? I just don't get that. I don't get it. I'm not going to ever get this. And it kind of makes me angry, because I feel at the same time that CPS failed right along with the mother, the grandmother, in some senses. It just bugs me. It really does. And again, like I said, the jury's seated on this. It's ready to go. We're going to be covering this entire trial. I don't think it's going to take long. That's my opinion, but I don't. Thanks, Doodle. I just don't think it's going to take long at all. I think this is pretty much a open and shut type scenario, guys. I think the jury's going to see this for what it is, and that's going to be the end of it. And she's done. Truly, that's my thought on this. Truly. Let me see here. I did have another show we were going to review on this as well. 1 second, everyone. Here we go.
Mom is going on trial for the murder of her young son after the boy's remains are found in a landfill. I have the sad details of the murder of Quentin Simon, the many charges his mom faces, and what to expect at her trial. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. When Quentin Simon was reported missing exactly 2 years ago, people in Chatham County, Georgia, rallied around the family and launched searches to try to find him. The story gripped people. A 20-month-old adorable little boy was missing. Now, if you're a mom, you know how it feels if you're in a store or a public place and you turn your head for a second and your child is gone. Maybe they took off to look at a toy or something, and you get that sense of panic, that sick feeling in your stomach, and then you find them and it's all okay. But that's not what happened with Quentin Simon. On October 5th, 2022, Quentin was reported missing from his home by his mother, Leilani Simon, and her boyfriend. Here's part of the 911 call.
You said someone's been kidnapped? Your 1-year-old son? When was the last time you seen him?
We're not going to listen to that again. But thing is, hold on here. That's the hard one. Unless you guys want to hear that again. Do you guys want to hear that call one more time? If so, I'll play it. But I just don't think we need to hear it if you guys don't want to. Because we've heard it once. It's fake anyway. She's a hell of an actress. I agree with that. There should be no trial with this. It should be boom. You're done. But this is America. We got to roll full, innocent until proven guilty. Everybody gets a fair trial. That's the law. I just don't know, guys. I just don't know. She lied to everybody, guys. How she did it, I don't understand how she got away with it. Give me a second. I went too far ahead. Okay.
Body-worn camera.
I have a period. Somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket. The 3-year-old son's there, the daughter's there. But my 1-year-old can't get out.
She never treated him right. She had other kids. They were okay. She shouldn't have had any of them. But this one, I think she regretted him. She was angry because of him. Took her life away. That type of a scenario. And this is how she was treated. She treated him. I'm sorry. It's disgusting.
By himself. He can't even open doors. Yeah, I left for work at 6 o'clock. She called me at 9 o'clock. And the front door was open, like I said, he's gone. And she said about 2 weeks ago, she told us that she seen a car sitting out front about 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
A massive search unfolded from there, and there's nothing more urgent than a missing child. People searched on foot and by air, and there was no sign of 20-month-old Quentin. 2 days after Leilani reported Quentin missing, the police chief updated the county commission about the search.
We made the scene, did an initial assessment, got our drone out there as quick as possible, looking because the initial report is that he wandered off. Over that span of time, we had aviation, mosquito control came out, helped us doing an aerial search. We set up a grid search, had volunteers show up. SEMA assisted us again as well. We've exhausted that grid search at this time. We have yet to locate Quentin at this time. It's still a missing persons case, but we are actively investigating this. Our detectives have worked 18-hour days since this has started. The FBI has come in and offered us assistance. They've been a tremendous resource for us.
The murder of Quentin Simon really got me wondering, what do we know about Leilani Simon? I turned to truthfinder.com, a public records search service and a sponsor of Crime Fix, to find out. I searched for Leilani Simon to see what would come up, and the results I got showed that she does face charges in Quentin's death, which include murder and making false statements. Other cases also appeared showing misdemeanors like shoplifting going back a couple of years. Now, what's really great about Truthfinder is that it will show you address histories, relatives, and criminal and traffic records, as you saw. And you can also find sex offenders who live near you. Publicly, at this point, there was still hope that Quentin was still alive. But as each day passed, the situation became more dire. The chief talked at that point about what else they were doing to try to find Quentin.
We've tried to use every available resource that we can that makes sense within our scope of the investigation to try to get a better understanding of what's happened to little Quentin. My detectives today, or our detectives today, are continuing to aggressively investigate, look at all investigative avenues, again, working with the FBI, downloading technology, looking at that data. Does that take us in one direction or another? So we hope that we can get some more information or more understanding of the situation as we go forward. But unfortunately, that's all I really have to report today.
A week after Quentin was reported missing, the Chatham County Police Department posted on Facebook, "We believe he is deceased. We have named his mother, Leilani Simon, as the prime suspect in his disappearance and death. However, no arrests have been made and no charges have been filed." Quentin's body had not been found at this point, but investigators believed that Leilani had killed Quentin on the morning of October 5th, sometime after 6 a.m. The search for the toddler continued. Then on October 18th, 13 days after Quentin was reported missing, the chief made an announcement about a new search.
A short time ago, we began what will be an extensive search of the waste management landfill located here in Chatham County. As with every step we have taken in this case, the need for this search was based on where the evidence led us. We have spent the last several days preparing and deploying extensive resources to support the search team and the investigators.
Police, FBI, and Georgia Bureau of Investigation agents searched the landfill tirelessly for weeks. The search for Quentin Simon went into November. The chief provided another update to the county commission about the search.
We continue to search the landfill. That's our primary focus right now. And these pictures represent, to some degree, the magnitude of work. If you look at the larger photo with our officers accompanied by FBI agents, GBI agents, DNR, Chatham County Sheriff's Office, we're all out there dressed up in Tyvek suits and vests and hats and N95 masks to go out and search an extremely large and voluminous area to look for the remains of Quentin Simon, who we absolutely.
And it took them a while to find him, because this is sad to say this, mainly because there was a lot of different pieces of him in different places. But yes, that's why it took them so long to put everything together. It was horrific. It was a long period of time, and it just drove us nuts. I'll say that much. I see what you're saying, Exotic. I gotcha.
Absolutely believe is there. So I just wanted to kind of capture a little bit. It's maybe hard to appreciate from the average everyday person the amount of work that has gone into and will continue to go into in our effort to seek justice for Quentin.
3 days after that presentation to the county commission, a grand jury indicted Leilani Simon on 19 counts, including malice murder and felony murder. The indictment stated the accused did make an assault upon the person of her son, Quentin Simon.
Honestly, I'll be curious. I'm curious to see if this holds a death penalty sentence possibility. I'm very curious. I don't know how Georgia works that, but I would be very interested to see how that does go by.
With an object that, when used offensively against a person, did result in serious bodily injury, the nature of the object unknown to the grand jury at this time. A third count of felony murder states the accused did maliciously cause her son, Quentin Simon, a human being and a child under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical pain in a manner unknown to the grand jury at this time. Leilani Simon is also charged with concealing the death of another. The indictment says Simon did unlawfully conceal the death of another by discarding him in a dumpster at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza, which hindered the discovery of whether Quentin was unlawfully killed. Leilani Simon faces a number of other counts, including false report of a crime for telling police that Quentin had been abducted. Quentin Simon's case has touched many people, like Mary Maddox, who runs a Facebook page about the case.
It's very close to home. There's many reasons. I don't know. It just caught my eye immediately because there was a missing child so young, so close to home. I guess baby Quentin's age, I had a grandson that age. They reminded me of each other. And I honestly, he described me like he did thousands.
Maddox says her Facebook group is a tight-knit community and they want justice for the little boy.
I couldn't believe it. I made the group and it just grew, and then I had to make it private. And it was amazing how many fans that voices that baby Quentin had.
I agree,
A lot of
Exotic.
love. And she wasn't arrested.
I'm kind of glad she didn't,
That
because I think
upset
she
a lot
deserves
of
the utmost.
I want to bring in
maximum
Daryl
punishment.
Cohen. He is a former prosecutor, also a lawyer down in the Atlanta, Georgia area. So, Daryl, tell me, how challenging is this case going to be for prosecutors when they can't tell the cause of death for Quentin as far as we know at this point in time?
Every case poses its own challenges. This one
He needs to
obviously
just
would
tell
be
the world what
better
he
if
did.
there was a
Be done with it.
witness or two that saw what happened. It would be better if after an autopsy they could have found out why this child died. But there's also what's called circumstantial evidence, as you know. Last night I went to bed, there was no snow on the ground. And if you live in Chicago, you woke up the next morning and there's snow on the ground. Did you see it snow? You did not. Do you know it had to have snowed? Absolutely. So that's what we have here. We have a mother who said, my child disappeared, and then he's found dismembered close to where mom lives. And her story is exactly that.
She was
In
seen
my
putting
view,
him in the
it's a story.
dumpster. That's
I
the
think the
sad part. She won't even
prosecutor is
admit
going to
that.
have a very easy time of being able to prove
I
that she
agree with that
murdered her
too, and I
child.
hope he does. I hope he tells the truth.
You know, there's a very tight timeline here. The boy.
I really am expecting him to, you know, after this, it's been a year and a few days, roughly, you know, I'm expecting that the guilt is gonna eat him alive. If he knows what he knows, and he's gonna say something, and I'm sure they're gonna use him to testify against her for sure. If he got immunity, it is what it is. You know, as long as he didn't have a hand in this, I pray to God that he comes out and tells the entire story if he knows it, right to the whole world. I hope. I'm betting on that. Truly, I'm hoping for that. Honestly.
Boyfriend leaves for work at 6 a.m. The 911 call is sometime after 9 a.m. That she calls. So we have a tight timeline here, and she's saying, you know, he can't unlock the door. He's 20 months old. You know, he can't get out of his playpen by himself. And she is saying, when the cops arrive, I have a theory, and she's espousing some theory. And so, is that a typical reaction of somebody with a missing child to just right off the bat, I have a theory about what happened?
Oh my gosh. I'm a dad. If my kids going back many years, one of them disappeared for 10 seconds, I would be panicked, petrified, and everything else you can say. I have a theory. How about, oh my gosh, I am just mortified. Oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. Where is my poor 20-month-old baby? Where is he? No, it doesn't ride. It doesn't ride at all.
One thing that's really concerning about this case as well is that technically it sounds
That's a good
like she
point,
didn't
Exotic.
even really
Truly.
have custody of her kids. Her mother was supposed to have custody, but the kids were in her care. You know, it's just it's a real mess. And she went on
Agreed,
TV and she
SRB.
gave interviews, Leilani did, saying, you know, if
Thank
I
you,
did
Barb.
anything wrong, I would walk myself right down there to the police department. But within a week, you know, within a week of Quentin being reported missing, the police were saying she's
Yeah,
our
we're gonna
prime
look at a couple of
suspect.
those SRB.
And we believe
It's
he is dead.
ridiculous.
So there was evidence that they were gathering early on that led them to believe poor little Quentin had been murdered. He was dead, and that she was the prime suspect. They just had to collect that evidence. And Daryl, they spent weeks and weeks combing through that landfill. How tedious is that? I mean, they were literally looking for a needle in a haystack, and they found it.
Look what happens when investigators do not only their job, but they go over and above what they should do. The smell in the landfill, the mission they were on, overwhelmed them. They found what they needed to find and didn't, quite frankly, want to find. They were hoping that child was still alive, but he wasn't. 20 months old, mom responds the way she responds. That's unconscionable on a good day. So she wasn't even a good actor, not even a good female actor. She just was a person who committed an evil act. And I would love to see the district attorney's case file. That would be so interesting. If this case goes to trial, there's a lot more that we have not been told. And as they used to say with the old men's warehouse, I guarantee it.
There was some reporting in the New York Post that I think put a lot of people off. And she was complaining to a reporter at the New York Post about the conditions in jail. And, you know, she's maintaining she's innocent, which she
I don't
has the
believe
right
that,
to
Dana.
do. But
I don't think a jury would believe that either, because of how she acted from the point that he went missing until she was arrested. That's not insanity. Not at all. It's stupidity and ignorance and selfishness. That's what she should be charged with, if that was actually something you could be charged with. You know what I mean? So I don't think she doesn't have a defense as far as I'm concerned. I don't see it. Like I said, I think a jury's going to be in and out on this. Boom. Literally. Like nothing. It's evident what it is.
you know, she's complaining about the conditions there. She only gets this much time out in the rec yard or what have you because she's in protective custody.
I believe it's her mom.
Probably doesn't bode well for her in the public eye. I mean, this is a case where you have a 20-month-old child who is missing. Anytime you have a case involved.
This is why I have issues with Billy Joe, and I know some people disagree, and I respect that. I do, and I think this starts with Leilani's upbringing. I truly do. I think it starts with her parenting, because Billy Joe had her own issues with raising children. Okay, at that point, you know, this is what Billy Joe learned. That's how we learn to be parents. Is how we were raised. We watch what our parents do, and then we add to that, and hopefully, it's the right thing. None of this. She had none of that. Part of it. I'm not saying it's all Billy Joe's fault, okay? But it starts with her upbringing. She was a spoiled brat, obviously. You know, always got her way, whatever. And then she had this child, one of the few that she had, and resented him because she couldn't live her life and party. That's it. She's an immature little crybaby, is all she is. And she's another disgusting piece of garbage as far as I'm concerned. Just as much as Sarah Boone, Jen Soto, any of these people. They're all in the same boat as far as I'm concerned, okay? I don't think insanity is going to work with anything. I don't even think they're probably going to go for that, because they know it's not going to qualify. It just doesn't make sense. So I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Welcome back, Bruley. And even if they try it, like Dane said too, the jury's they're gonna just laugh that off. You know what I mean? That's my opinion, at least. But
involving children, it really gets people's emotions stirred up. I mean, people were hoping that this child, Quentin, would be found alive, and it really, really pulled at people's heartstrings and got people really upset. So this doesn't bode well for her in the court of public opinion. Is it possible that evidence comes in at trial?
It should not come in trial unless she testifies and opens the door. Having said that, Savannah's a small town. It's, at least in relation to other cities, people know what's going on. No longer do we rely on newspapers. No longer do we rely exclusively on television stations. There's something called social media, and there's something called person to person. And let me assure you, the entire city knows that she's been arrested. The entire county of Chatham knows that she's being prosecuted, and everyone knows she's complaining about the conditions of the jail, where the last time I checked, it's not a Holiday Inn. It's not a Hampton Inn. It clearly is not a Ritz and should not be.
Do you think her defense team goes with her theory about the child being abducted, that he was kidnapped? Somebody came in and kidnapped Quentin, and she's being blamed because she was the mom and was the last person seen with him?
That's a very difficult question to answer. I think if I were representing her, and I would not, by the way, I would wait and see what the prosecution has to say with their case in chief, their main case, and then I would begin to frame her defense otherwise. And the reality is the prosecution has to complete their case by finding, and the court finding, meaning the jury, finding her guilty beyond and to every reasonable doubt, and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. So if I were her defense team, I would think they were going to be able to turn on a dime and look for something in that case, somewhere where there are a witness or witnesses that don't testify in their view the way they need to in order for her to be convicted. In other words, play it by ear.
Part of me wonders if we'll see kind of a Casey Anthony-esque defense here. The child may have died. It was an accident. She freaked out and put Quentin in the dumpster. How likely do you think it is that we see something like that?
I think it's a definite maybe. I'm not surprised whatever her defense would be. And I'm still.
Absolutely, Dane. That's what most everybody is, the mini meatball. Come on in. Become part of the fam. We appreciate it so very much. Thank you.
Disappointed in the Casey Anthony verdict.
Well, we will see how this unfolds. Daryl Cohen, thank you so much.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Take care.
And that's it for this.
Yeah, this is a mess, guys. I don't understand the mentality. I never will. Never will. So what I'm going to show you guys next, for those of you that weren't familiar with it, is the babysitter that was involved in the case. Okay, was thank you so much, SRB, for that. The babysitter, a lot of people are accused and thought the babysitter was involved, that she did this. So there's an interview they did with the babysitter. I was going to show you guys here real quick, just to kind of give you an idea of how that worked and how that went with her. Congrats, Dane. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you so much. Awesome. And thank you for becoming part of the community. Well, you're already part of the community, becoming part of the family. Thank you so much. We appreciate that so very much. Welcome, Miss Daniela. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to have you here. That's so awesome. Welcome to the sauce, Dane. Welcome to the sauce. So let's check this interview out, guys.
More about how this morning played out with this family and the babysitter who was originally supposed to be at this home this morning. News 3 Brian Gallagher also here with me at this scene tonight with those details.
Thank you, Brett. Earlier tonight, I talked with the toddler's babysitter. She is sharing her concerns tonight. It's an interview you will only see on WSAV News 3.
I am been keeping Quentin and Zane for 6 months. I kept them yesterday, and they went home last night.
Diana McCarta says she babysits little Quentin and his siblings and was supposed to watch them this morning. She says she was confused as to why plans would change so suddenly.
I got a text this morning saying that they would not be here. I would not be babysitting them at 5:29, which was kind of odd because I have them even when she doesn't work.
30 minutes later, 6 a.m. was the last reported sighting of Quentin, according to police. Diana says other family members asked her where Quentin might be.
And then I get a text at 9 o'clock saying, have I seen Quentin? I immediately go to their house, I try to help them look. They didn't want that. So I've just been waiting around like everybody else.
Diana and other neighbors are shocked by the news and wonder what could have happened to little Quentin.
My heart is broken. I'm not his mother, I'm not his family, but I love him very much. And I just don't know what could happen. The police did a really good job of looking. And where does a 1-year-old go? They've covered a lot of ground.
Again, we will continue to update you with the latest developments online and tomorrow on WSAV News 3 Today. In Chatham County, Brian Gallagher, WSAV News 3, on your side.
Brian, Brett, thank you for your report tonight, team coverage. Now, if you want to stay updated on the latest developments in this case, you can visit wsav.com/toddler search.
Welcome, Mom. Great to see you tonight. Again, I'm so sorry. I left you a link, Mom, just in case you're interested. So that was the babysitter. Again, a lot of people thought she may have had something to do with it. Let me see something here. This is a little different. Right, this is a little bit more in depth with her. For those of you that didn't get that last, let's see here.
I'm Diana McCartan. I used to babysit Quentin.
Tell me about him.
He's precious. He's smart and loving and just cute as a button.
It's got to have been tough. I mean, not just the fact you've lost him, but there has been so much attention in this neighborhood with his family, with you. Something you're probably not used to.
No, we're not used to it at all, especially so much negativity.
What's that been like?
It's been horrible.
Thank you, dude.
Me and my girls have been threatened. People ride by and take pictures of us, yell at us.
Are you heartbroken?
Yes, I'm heartbroken. We've been heartbroken. My daughter's heartbroken. But he's on my mantelpiece. I have so many pictures of him with my grandkids and my kids. He'll never be forgotten.
Go back to October 5th. You were one of the people who questioned by police. What did they ask you?
They just they come in, one of my camera system asked me,
Welcome, Mom. Thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Hello.
And I am so sorry that I overlapped with you like that, and I didn't make it over there. I feel so bad.
You're fine. It was a whole mess. Hello, Zelda. Because, when you're working on missing cases like this, it's very fluid. And, I've spent 48 hours reaching out to people and reaching out to resources and, credible people that I know that I've worked with in the past, and not going to name drop, but some pretty big names that are well known in the missing communities. And no more did I hit go live. My phone starts exploding and I'm like, oh my God.
Right.
Is that how it happens? But I am getting some movement and as far as hopefully some people with drones and capabilities to have some pretty well-known search groups.
Do we have any more? Do we have any? Oh, that's good. Is there any more information? I'd love to do a full show on this for him, just to get. I know there's certain details that can't be put out, so that's what I'm kind of trying to find a way to get around.
We have the last phone ping. That was in a different city than what he was originally said to be last seen in. So being last seen in a phone ping are two different things.
Right.
I know you know that, but just for clarification purposes.
No, absolutely.
Dayton, Nevada, near Louis Ace Hardware. And on my channel, which I'm not very good at driving Google Maps, Doodle had to pee. Kim was getting car sick. Like, it was a whole thing. I'm the worst Google Map driver you will ever come in contact with.
Gotcha.
So we tried to drive around on Google Maps and kind of see the area, but I mainly just wanted to show the terrain. The Carson River runs right beside where his phone last pinged.
Okay. Have you spoken to Joanne any more than what we had known about?
I've not spoken with her personally. However, I do have a phone call that's set up hopefully tomorrow. She is resting at the moment, so
Okay.
she needs sleep, and I totally respect that. But I am in direct contact with an advocate that I've worked with in many cases, and she is in direct contact with Joanne, and Joanne now has my personal cell phone number. So just waiting on everything to kind of come through, and then I will be able to hopefully have a private conversation with her. And that also helps me when I reach out to my resources and be like, hey,
Right.
can you help?
Absolutely. 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 Let me finish this interview up here. I'm going to run something on him tonight if I can. Just a minimal something to help with the face and name and info.
I appreciate it.
Oh, no, of course. I had that plan to begin with. I'm just was waiting on getting to certain things. So let me finish this up here and we will move forward.
Know what he was wearing.
Thank you for joining us again, by the way. I'm so grateful to have you here, as always.
When I last seen him, when he was last here with me, check my phone.
They checked
the text for the text.
What did it say?
That I would not be keeping Quentin. That Leilani would be keeping him.
What time?
Around 5:29.
And then when did you find out something was wrong?
I got up to go get food for my girls before I left for work. I got a text from Danny asking me had I seen Quentin, and I said no, and I instantly called him, and he said that Quentin was missing.
What's your first thought?
I jumped in the truck, me and my daughter, and we went over there to help him look.
What did they say?
They were standing there, and I said,
they is Leilani.
Danny and Leilani. And I said, well, he's little. He hides in closets at the house. I said, he's somewhere in your house. And I asked, could we help him look? And they did not want us to look.
As a mother, to hear that, what was your thought? It had to be shocking.
If that would have been my child or my grandchild, I would have wanted everybody to help me look for my baby.
Let me ask you about the...
Sorry, also, Mom, are you familiar with this case, by the way? I think you are.
I'm very familiar with this case.
I thought so, yeah. I gotcha.
Sadly.
Yes, very sadly. I should have asked you that right out of the gate.
No, you're good. If I'm not familiar, I'll tell you right off rip. I don't know what we're looking at, but I'm here for support.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that is so appreciated too. Sorry.
The relationship that you witnessed between Quentin and his mother. What was that like?
It was loveless. To the other kids, she showed love. She showed concern. To Quentin, it wasn't concern and love.
Why?
I don't know. She had stated that Zane was her favorite.
She said this out loud?
Yes. She said Zane was her favorite, that she didn't bond with Quentin. And you could definitely tell it.
Let me ask you about the audio recording that you shared with us.
And I told him, I was like, now, you think that we've had problems before? Watch. Because it only takes one person with one picture to make one phone call, and I probably show you all of them.
Tell me about it.
The audio recording that I shared was from my daughter's phone. It was a recording of us finding the babies in the pool. And my daughter calls me from work, and I come straight home. We try to get Leilani to the door. There was nobody that answered the door. We didn't know if she was gone or what. Brought the kids back to my house. A few minutes later, Leilani calls, wanting to know if we had the kids. We said yes.
Let me get this right. Which kids were in the pool? Because Zane is what, 5?
Zane, yes. Zane and Quentin.
2?
Mm-hmm.
She's not even 2.
Right.
And these kids were in the swimming pool alone.
Yes.
Wow.
We always recorded some of the things that she said. And my daughter happened to record it that day, and then she found it.
Did Billy Joe know that you were recording Leilani? You had shared those recordings with her?
No, I hadn't shared them, but she knew that I was recording. I told her I was, because Leilani could make Billy Joe believe anything.
When you heard that recording, what did you think?
I thought it was horrible. I just can't believe that she would be mad at her kids being in the pool when she's the mother. She should have been with her kids up, taking care of her kids.
Is there something you would have changed in that process going up? Would you have called DFACS more? Would you have called the police? Or did you do everything you could?
I believe I did everything I could. I talked to DFACS. A lot of people did. So I think that a lot of us around here did everything that we could do.
What do you say to all those people on the internet who essentially were just trolls? They had nothing to do with this case. They were from all over the world.
Yeah.
And they would nitpick anything you said, anything. What do you say to them?
Get a life. Stop doing this to people. Stop harassing them. And until you know the situation, don't harass people.
So that situation was kind of, like I said, the babysitter was, they got in on her pretty good for a minute now. There's another situation with the babysitter I kind of wanted to throw at you too, which was pretty wild, guys. You know, this whole family situation, the dynamic was a mess. A huge mess. Okay. This is Billy Joe, the grandmother. This is the babysitter in the chair. Okay. This will show you what direction the different directions this case went in this scenario here.
Don't put nothing in your yard. Go ahead. This is my baby, not yours. That's your right, but that's my baby. I texted you and I told you what was my baby. I was gonna be off my phone. You didn't go get it. I text you. I got your ass over and over. I got the text over and over. I asked you. And you want to blame me? I don't care about the text. You think I'm gonna get at me? Hey, you think I would do that? Yeah. Really? Because you. I'm what?
Now, I don't know if you guys heard what Billy Joe said. This is my baby, not yours. Okay. True. It's not hers either. It's her daughter's. But just saying, these are the reactions that these people are having. And the babysitter said she loved Quentin. And I can see how you could. Anybody could. You know what I'm saying? That was a beautiful, beautiful baby. But just saying, these people, the dynamic with these people is just not there. It's just not the way none of this should have been handled like this. None of it. So that's the point I'm trying to show you guys with this. Trying to show you another side to the grandmother as well. There's a couple other things we're going to look at real quick too here in a minute.
Billy Joe.
I'm sorry, Mom. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Sorry. The grandmother was his legal guardian.
Right. Which I had problems with myself, but
same. But yeah, so I think that just from being a grandmother, I think that's where she got the idea it was her baby. You know what I'm saying? Like in that mental state. Yeah. This is my baby and not yours, which I'm not defending any of these people. Let me tell you right now.
Oh, I know. I get it. Believe me, I know. I know what you're saying, though. I agree.
Except the babysitter.
That poor woman went through hell and didn't need any of that for any reason whatsoever. All she tried to do was to be truly, I'll be honest with you guys, the babysitter, in my opinion, Quentin was in so much better shape when he was with that babysitter. Okay. He was taken care of. He was fed. He was clean. He was loved. That's the most important thing with this whole case. He was loved. Remember that. She didn't love him. She didn't care about him. She didn't want him. I don't understand it, but she didn't. And she clearly stated it right there in that statement that was made about, I didn't bond with him. I don't care if you bonded with him or not. You're his parent, his mother. You carried him for 9 months. I don't get this. So, again, there's that. So,
I'm what? No, I don't play that body. I should not have been out of town. You shouldn't have. No, I told you. I was trying to provide. I didn't provide for you. You didn't. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I didn't pay for your family. Your entire family. Your entire family. Keep recording.
Don't take my phone.
Keep recording.
Don't take my phone.
Good. You were wrong. You were wrong. I begged you to help. I begged you to help. Put that on social media. I begged you to help. Oh, yeah, and I begged you to help. I said, hey, Michelle, please get the kids. You're a liar. Take them, I'll give you $300. I'm about to put it all over. I'm a liar. I'm about to put it all over. Good. Good, because you're awful to say you're going to put a memorial. My baby's not dead. You are a liar. My baby's not dead. My baby's not dead. You're a liar. You're a liar. No, you are. You are. My baby's not dead. I thought you were a woman of God. I thought you were a woman of God. You got Quentin? Do you have Quentin? I don't have Quentin. Maybe you do. Maybe you do. You got him. Okay. You got him. Well, I'm about to call the police. You're the only one that can go in my house and take him. Your kids go in my house and take him all the time. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And at this point, you guys, I got to be honest with you. Billy Joe knew, in my mind at least, and I'm pretty sure based on things we saw, she knew what happened. She knew. Okay. This, in my opinion, is her guilt coming to the surface because she knew that she should have not done what she did by handing him over to allowing Leilani to have possession of him. So now she's got to throw blame away from her so she doesn't feel so bad, guys. These are facts, in my opinion, at least. Okay. Just saying. Just thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. Displaced anger. Bingo. Best way to put that, SRB. Displaced anger based on guilt. You screwed up. You know what you did. People got to work. I understand that. People got to work. You should have stood up to your daughter and said, you do not put your hands on that child. You don't have custody. You don't have rights to him. You don't touch him. Left him with the babysitter, paid her, whatever. Babysitter didn't even get paid, guys. She didn't want to. That's how much she loved Quentin. How about that? Okay. That should have been what happened. It didn't. And at this point, I have my own issues with Billy Joe because of that. I respect other people that don't. I just do. That's all I'm saying. That's a good way to put that. Thank you, SRB, for helping with the phrasing because I couldn't think of what I was trying to say.
Did not go to her house.
I want to see your on the news. Oh, it's going to be. Oh, yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, it's going to be. Yeah, maybe we need to look at the green cards. Yeah, we did. We did. She's going to put a memorial up in her yard. Quentin's not dead. I didn't put a memorial. He's not dead. No one said he was.
Same. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah, the denial is there. It's absolute denial. Oh, we went through all that. Okay, there's so much other stuff, too, that happened. There's so much. And the people were so in, when is she going to be arrested? When is she going to be arrested? We all were like, when the hell are you going to charge this girl and take her into custody? They didn't for the longest time. And I get it at this point. They had to, first off, they had to find him, which took a long time. They had to understand what went on, I guess, to an extent. 1 second here. And get their case together. Truly, they just couldn't run in and arrest her, which I know that's what we all wanted, but it just didn't happen. And there was a lot of impatience with this, and I was one of them. Truly, I was one of them. Then, while this is all still going on, Quentin hadn't been found yet. Meanwhile, Leilani's just free. Okay, she's free. Her and mom, Billy Joe, decide that they're going to go out for a weekend. And they go, oh, I can't remember the name of the place, but it was a bar, okay, with like a bar restaurant type scenario. Right here. There's a photo of her in this place, and they were hitting on men and drinking, doing shots together with friends, partying, blah, 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 blah. Now, I'm sorry. If I had a child that was missing, and I'm swearing that I had nothing to do with it, that's the last place I'd be. It's almost like she knew she was done. You know what I mean?
She was out living her best life, as they say.
Yep. Yeah, she absolutely was. And in fact, there was talks of a hotel staying overnight at a hotel because, you know, they were too drunk to do this or that. Staying with some other guy at the hotel. I don't know if that's true. That's, you know, how the rumor mill goes, but I wouldn't doubt it. I truly wouldn't doubt it, guys. It's insane to me. So none of this matches. None of this fits a situation like this to me. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So let me see here. Next, okay. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where did it go? So yeah, at that point, I don't know what brought it upon, but Billy Joe basically turned her into the police, turned her daughter into the police. Okay, and we were all like, "Well, okay," you know. And this, I believe, that happened after the whole party weekend thing and all that. I can't put this. This has been a little over a year, guys. I'm just trying to clear my head. But then there's an interview that takes place with Leilani too, and you can see that, in my opinion, this girl's dead inside. Like, there's nothing good about her. Something ain't right. I'm just saying. So, 1 second, guys. I'm sorry. Why am I having so many problems again? Hold on. Stupid internet is not doing its thing. Now, mind you, during all of this, don't forget, Bullhorn Betty, Dolly, a bunch of other people are standing outside of this home, screaming and yelling, doing things that just didn't help this, in my opinion. It was a mess. That was a mess. It wasn't helping the situation. It wasn't bringing any answers, which is where I completely lost from my perspective, completely lost absolutely any respect for them that I had at that point when this all went down. So there was that too. So also, by the way, just so you guys know, I think it was 5 or 6 months ago, a motion came through on this case where Leilani wanted to suppress the 911 calls and interviews about her son. What, really? You think that's gonna happen, guys? Like, that was like, I just had to laugh. Like, are you serious? Like, you know you're done, but still, you know what I mean? One second. All right, so I'm gonna give you guys a little bit more of an update on some other stuff with this too, about her past records and stuff like that. Here, give me a second.
Joining us, I'm Mike Seeley.
And I'm Dawn Baker. A Chatham County toddler has been missing for over a week, now believed to be dead.
Chatham County police say the evidence they have gathered led them to making this decision. The 1-year-old's mother, Leilani Simon, is also now the prime suspect. Tonight, our live team coverage continues with investigative reporter Max Deeknight, Camille Syed, and Shay Schrader.
We begin with Max, who joins us live outside the home where Quentin was last seen. Max, you've looked into Quentin's mother's past. What did you find?
Hey, Dawn and Mike, as you mentioned, Leilani Simon, Quentin's mom, is now the lone suspect in his death, according to Chatham County Police. So we wanted to look into her past and see if she had any criminal history. Here's a look at what we found. While she doesn't have a criminal record here in Chatham County, we were able to find charges in North Carolina. In fact, she has a felony charge in North Carolina. Last November, she was arrested in Dunn, North Carolina, where she was living. That's in Harnett County, north of Fayetteville. She was charged with felony larceny by an employee. Now, that's after she stole from her employer. It was a small amount of money, but any amount of theft in North Carolina is an automatic felony. Now, we also wanted to take a look back at some of the key events here at this home that led up to Quentin's disappearance. Here's a look at that timeline.
Police and court records paint a picture of a tense, divided home in the weeks leading up to Quentin's disappearance. We told you about this police report from September 7th. It shows Leilani Simon, Quentin's mom, called police after a reported fight with Quentin's grandma. But listen to these new details. The report shows Leilani told police she was on probation at the time. Her mother told police that Leilani had a history of stealing from her and buying drugs. The next day, September 8th, Leilani's mother filed paperwork to evict her and her boyfriend. She says her daughter got that paperwork 2 weeks later, around September 26th. And on Wednesday, September 28th, Chatham County Judge Elisa Colbert ordered Leilani to start paying child support for Quentin and his older sibling. Quentin's grandmother had sole custody of both children. That order came exactly a week before Quentin vanished. Finally, on October 5th, Leilani reported her 1-year-old son missing. She told police her boyfriend was the last one to see him around 6 a.m. that morning. 1 week later, police named Leilani as the lone suspect.
So there's that. Welcome, Kimber. Good to see you. So there's child support issues. There's this. They're being evicted. I mean, there's a lot of different things going on. Okay. Just saying, folks. It's low. There's a lot to it. Give me 1 second here. This thing keeps locking up on me. Yep, exactly. Good point. Good point. Yes, Miss Sherry, you are right. All right, hold on. One sec. So hard to look at this baby sometimes. It really is.
Sorry, I had to lock up the dogs. If you said something to me, I missed it.
Oh, no. You're okay. You're okay. So here's a little bit of an interview with this thing, incubator, as I call it. She ain't no mother, but still, so that you guys can see and hear who she is.
We hoped he was alive.
We want him found happy and alive. We want him back in our arms, holding us. This is what we want. We just hoping that he's in somebody's house and they're feeding him, and we're hoping that, maybe that.
There's no tears in her eyes. None. She's a really good actress, but most people saw through this when this happened. I remember. Welcome, JC.
The high pitch, like no tears and the high pitch. Anytime you hear the high pitch, you can already put on your blinders and open your ears and have your red flags flying. You guys know how many times I've referred to the monster in Maddie's case. That high pitch, it's fake.
Yes, ma'am. It is more than fake. Stearns did it. Lots of people have done this. And here's the thing. This is an opinion of mine. My wife watched it. My wife has 2 degrees in psychology. And this was her take on this. Not saying she's the be-all, end-all. But this point right here, when Billy Joe looks away and closes her eyes, she knew. Because she knew that that's bullshit right there. She can't even look at her at this point because she knows, in my opinion, okay? My wife said the same thing. She was like, oh, no. She knows, okay? This interview was the 24th of October. So that, like a couple weeks after. Just saying, not even really. Just watch the body language. Watch it, like Mom said, that high-pitched fake bullshit. That's what this is over here. She doesn't care. Doesn't care.
They wanted a baby or couldn't have a baby. Maybe they thought they were his savior. But it's not. That's their best hopes at this point.
An important note about this case, in the news conference after Leilani was arrested, Chief Hadley said that he does not expect that they will arrest anybody else. Mike?
Right, thank you, Shay. To look at our coverage of this case, including exclusive interviews and a timeline, head to our website, WTOC.com. Just click on the Quentin Simon case page.
October of last year, Stacy, is when it happened. One moment, everyone. Sorry. Trying to get it all rolled out here. Okay, where'd it go?
Yes, sorry. It was 2 years ago, Dago. Sorry, I had a mouthful
Or
of
2
cheese.
years ago. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thank you, SRB.
Yes, thank you. 22. I don't know why I keep saying that. Thank you, SRB. My apologies, guys. Of course, she was
I'm
denied bond.
stressed eating, and I don't want y'all to have to hear it.
You're okay. Oh my God, too much stuff in here. Too much stuff. Okay. Hey, Molly, you're good. Oh, wait a minute. All right, this is the arraignment, folks. When she was finally arraigned. Check this out with you guys. This is raw video, so people are warned.
Okay.
Yes, Stacey, it was October 5th.
With
Sorry about
regards
that.
to the issue of bond, Mr. Dean, I have received your request for restriction of certain information. The court has reviewed it. If there's anything you'd like to say, well, first is the defense's motion. Ms. Walker.
Just briefly, of course, Ms. Simon was born and raised here locally. She is 23 years old. Speaking to the statutory factors, just briefly, Your Honor, we would say to the court that she is not flagrant, one, because she lives here, two, because throughout this investigation, she remained here locally, knowing that she is a person of interest in this investigation, and that she is presently under a defense case plan, which I will not get into the details of.
Sorry, guys, it's very hard to hear. JC, he was bludgeoned to death, basically. And then she threw him away in a dumpster, and he was found in a landfill, and he was in pieces, lots of pieces. I'm so sorry, folks. So, Walt was in here tonight earlier. He was stuck in a traffic jam, he said. So, yeah, that's basically what happened. And then she lied about it, of course. It's a very horrible situation. Very horrible. Hey, Leslie, good to see you. Mark and Betty, you too. Thank you guys all for being here. I appreciate you tonight.
To say that she has every incentive to remain in this county pursuant to that plan in order to reunite with the children, and certainly that would be her hope, Your Honor. She is also not
That's a huge point, Daniela. I could never do.
Plan. She will be monitored and supervised at a very intense level by people who have a high level skill to do so. So concerns that the court may have based on the allegations in this indictment should be factored in related to that case plan.
Welcome, Phil.
She's not at risk of committing felony because she has no felony history and is convincingly charged, Your Honor. And finally, that there's no evidence that she would have the ability or desire to intimidate any potential witnesses. Simply being related to some of the witnesses in this case does not rise to the level of that concern, Your Honor. And so for all of those reasons, we'd be asking the court to adopt essentially what the DFAC's case plan is. We'd be happy to provide a copy of that to the court if the court is so inclined to grant bond, so that the court could conform its order to the DFAC's case plan. It's our position that there are provisions therein such as drug treatment, et cetera, which will support her while she would be on the outside. Furthermore, Judge, that we have a location for her to live that is safe, it's out of county, and as the court knows, this has been a very highly investigated and focused upon case in media and social media, and so we would not provide that address to the court for fear of Ms. Simon's safety. As the court knows, she has been harassed by various members of the public who knew her prior address, and so we're very concerned about her safety should she be released, and we have to provide that to the court, but certainly not in a court time.
Thank you, Ms. Walker.
Thank you.
Mr. King?
Your Honor, as the court has referenced yesterday afternoon,
Yes, JC, it's really bad.
the state's 9-page response to petition for bond, which I then filed with the court.
Welcome, girls, lighting their way. Hello, and great to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us tonight, PJ. Leslie Petrolakis, welcome to you. All of you, thank you so much for joining us tonight. As I stated, guys, the jury's seated on this. They picked them over this past week, and they did have a little struggle with it, but not much. And they're ready to go. This coming week, we're going to be following the entire trial, so I hope you guys are here for that as well, for those of you that are interested in this case for sure. But again, PJ, Leslie, Petrolakis, and girls, thank you so much for joining us tonight. JCU as well. It's great to have you here. Virginia, good to see you, brother. Mark and Betty, you as well. Must be early in the morning for you. All of you, thank you so much for joining in with us tonight. I appreciate it very much.
In that filing, which will be restricted because it contains sensitive information that ought not be released, I believe that the state has both preemptively responded pretty conclusively to some of the arguments just articulated by counsel, and also made certain other factual and legal arguments about the defendant's unsuitability for pretrial release in this case. And with that,
Absolutely, brother. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you. In consideration of the information that's been submitted from the defense and from the state, the court will deny bond based on the risk that she would commit a felony while on bond, various risks of life as well. So with that, bond is denied. Thank you. Now, let's move into arraignment at this point. You have the client informed.
And Your Honor, it's been on the podium, but our intention today is to ask rather for arraignment because we believe there's some conflict in the case law as to whether or not if we arraignment today would waive the demurrers that she filed. Of course, the court is aware we filed 2 demurrers. One is a special demurrer as to counts 1, 2, 3 of this indictment, and a general demurrer as to counts 10, 12, 14, and 17. So we'll be asking for today. So the court will simply set us down for a motion date where we can address those issues with the indictment, and then we would move forward with arraignment on that day, of course, so inclined.
Court will do that. Motions hearings will be scheduled soon, and we'll set aside time to address the several issues that as well as other motions as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Turning now to arraignment. Ms. Walker, does your client waive formal reading of the indictment?
Well, Judge, I think we may be doing that at that motion here. We can do it all together. We're just concerned about waiving for arguments as to the demurrers that we've already filed, so we could move forward with arraignment at that motion stage rather than today.
What the court is willing to do is preserve your right to demur at this point. I would like to move forward.
Okay, absolutely, Your Honor. And yes, so we would waive formal reading of the indictment. And Ms. Simon would be entering her plea of not guilty and demanding a jury trial, but of course we have motions hearings to come.
Very true.
Enjoy, Mark.
All right, Your Honor, tell me about the sign. Our name is.
Very well. Motion date to come.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Walker. You may be excused. Thank you. Court is in recess.
I understand completely, PJ. Absolutely. I know the day that she was finally arrested and taken into custody, I think a lot of us kind of were like silently celebrating. It was just a long awaited thing that we all were so anxious to happen, knowing what we knew at that point. It was a long time coming. And the way she acted throughout the whole period of time The fact that the judge or that the attorney even tried to get bond on this blew my mind. But, you know, I understand that's their jobs. Just saying. There's another little piece on this, too, that was kind of interesting.
Coverage now. Quentin Simon's grandmother is in the Chatham County Jail. Billy Joe Howell's arrest is not connected with Quentin's murder. Chatham County's police chief has told us that the only person that investigators are charging in that case right now is the child's mother, Leilani Simon. Billy Joe Howell's charge is related to the custody of her other grandchildren. We have reached out to the juvenile court system here in Chatham County and are waiting back to hear from them.
And that's something that I think should have been done in regards to this case, personally. That's me, though. Oh, here's that video I was trying to find. Hold on a minute. So, again, this was one of the things that really blew a lot of us out of the water when this happened. As I had explained to you, while this was going on, mom and daughter decide they're going to go have a girls' night, per se. I don't get this. I none of this makes any sense, guys. It just doesn't at all. I think it's Tuesday, Aqua. I think it's Tuesday.
A Tybee Island bar just hours after federal agents left a landfill looking for her child's body. So far, Leilani Simon has refused to comment on Quentin's death.
Leilani, do you have anything to say? Leilani, tell us what happened to Quentin.
Today, federal agents and police officers returned to a landfill for a second day to scour the property for Quentin's remains. WSAV's lead investigative reporter Brett Buffington is joining us live now from the Joint Task Force Command Center near that landfill, and that is where the search for Quentin continues.
And Tina, some dozens of agents, they just left for the day. They started at sunrise this morning. They will be back at sunrise tomorrow. They told us yesterday that this search, it could take days.
This is the shot from above. Federal agents lined up, raking through garbage. Yesterday, this went on for hours. Today, this is the shot that is trending. That's Leilani Simon, the only suspect in her son's disappearance. Leilani, her mother, Billy Joe Howell, and others at a popular Tybee Island bar last night, just hours after the search for her son wrapped up. We've learned from the people who waited on them. They took shots, got flirty, and even demanded one waiter's phone number. The investigative unit with the shot showing the missed phone call, that number from Billy Joe Howell's cell phone. That grandmother today telling these Tybee Island cops, we were starting to annoy her. We found Billy Joe Howell leaving this Tybee Island hotel. She didn't stop to talk to us then. And though it says she read this message asking about last night, she didn't text us back either.
This is my baby, not yours.
It was just over a week and a half ago. Billy Joe Howell got into this emotion-fueled argument.
You were wrong. I begged you to help. I begged you to help.
Last night, the party, according to the waiters, ran up a tab over $300 while protesters stood in front of the family's house demanding justice for Quentin.
Welcome, Jane.
Listen, there are so many people asking tonight, why hasn't this mom been arrested? She's the only suspect in the case. The Chatham County Police Chief doubled down on what he told us yesterday, that when they file those charges in this case, if they file those charges in this case, they want to make sure that they don't get hung up on any technicality. Tina?
Brett, thank you. Now, if you would like to stay up to date on this case.
So that's pretty much it, guys. I mean, there's little things here and there that really don't matter at this point. The point is I wanted to kind of bring everybody up to date with what happened, where we're at with it. Like I said, the defense motioned to dismiss the 911 call, the interviews, all of that stuff for the trial. And of course, thank God the judge said no. And this trial is coming up this week. I really wanted everybody to know the story behind it for those of you that are not familiar with it. So yes, absolutely, that's what's going on. That's what happened. And again, to be able to get inside the mind of somebody that does this kind of thing, I just can't do it. It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, that's me too. I'm glad that they're going to keep everything there, keep it all included. The prosecution's got a good case on this, I think. And it's all going to prove what it is, you know. They need to have every interview that was done, every bit of lifelessness that Leilani showed during this, to show that she didn't care, in my opinion. Just saying. So yeah, we're gonna be covering the trial here, Barbara. So if you're around, you'll get to watch it with us as well, for sure. This trial is gonna be something else, folks. I don't even know, SRB. Mom, do you know by chance if there's a specific sentence that they spoke about with this? Is it death penalty? Is it life? Is it anything like that you know of? Because I couldn't find anything on that.
I honestly don't remember.
I mean,
really good.
I don't know what Georgia's rules or their laws are with stuff like this. You know, I have my own feelings on what it should be, but you know, I haven't heard of one. PJ just said the same thing. I've looked around a couple times. You know, let me see something here.
You want my opinion?
Sure thing, sure. Sure, because I think it's the same as mine, but go ahead.
Well, my opinion is they should do the same thing that she did to that baby.
Yes, ma'am.
And
yes,
what
ma'am.
do I hope for? I hope it's a DP trial.
Yep. And that's
with the
what
world we live in, probably not going to be.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's my thought too. I'm hoping that it is a DP. And I'm 100% in the same park as you are with they need to do the same thing. Anybody that does any of this to a child, I feel it should play out the same way, that it should be do the same thing to that same person. That's my opinion. But that's not how the world works, folks. We know that. So, you know, eye for an eye justice is something that I think should have been put in play a long time ago. It may have changed some of the way things happen now, but it is in Georgia, JC. PJ says, I was hoping they did the death penalty here in New Hampshire, but we have it only for law enforcement cases, right? Yeah. Well, I don't know, guys. We're going to see. And you know what? I seem to remember it's been a while now, but didn't the father end up losing his life too?
No, not the father. No. The father's dad. And it was like
yes,
days after
right
Quentin, and I'm smoking, but I'm going to turn my camera on long enough to go, went missing.
Yes, I know. You're okay. You're okay. Yep, that's true. It was the father's father. So yes, thank you, Mom. Sorry.
And that horrible woman tried to blame it on everybody she could, except just womaning up and saying, I'm a monster. I'm a dirtbag. This is what I did to my child. But let's put the blame on the babysitter and the boyfriend and the bio dad and the neighbor down the street and anybody else we could think of to take the attention off of Leilani, who is a disgusting human being and doesn't deserve my oxygen.
No, ma'am. She is an oxygen thief for sure. I agree with you on that one. PJ says that the Georgia does have the death penalty. I'm not sure for cases like this. You know, I haven't heard it mentioned at all, which is disheartening to me. But
yeah, I worked really close. She's no longer on this platform, so there's no sense in using her name. But I worked really, really close with a creator that was working really, really close with Billy Joe. And so I was privy to information before it was made public when this was done. And I'd actually bought some little dinosaurs and stuff to take up there the day that the shitstorm happened out in front of the house. We were about 25 minutes from Savannah, and I looked at him and I said, turn around and go home. And then we drove 4.5 hours back home because I was not going to put my face or my name anywhere near what was going on in front of that house, regardless of opinions or anything else. Those people should be ashamed of themselves.
Yep.
Anybody that was standing out in front of that house acting like a damn fool.
Yep.
Should be totally ashamed of themselves and should not be on this platform and should not be anywhere near a case, whether it be a missing case, a murdered case, an unsolved case, a case of a cat up a tree. I don't give a damn what it is.
You are absolutely right. And I'm gonna show you a little piece of this, guys. Yes, surprise. Betty was there. Molly was there.
Yeah, they had bullhorns out in front of the house. They had a loudspeaker they were playing a baby crying on. You had
That one was
another creator that made a damn canvas. What the hell do you call it? It's not a billboard.
like
I've got
a banner.
hurricane brain. Yeah, banner.
Yeah, banner.
It was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting. And I was actually in the live when the Facebook message, and if any of y'all have been around, you know about this happening. The Facebook message was sent from Billy Joe to the creator that I used to work with.
Oh, yes.
About
Okay.
him being in the landfill, and that was not supposed to be made public, but she was sharing her entire screen instead of just
Right.
the tab. So when Messenger came up, it came up on her screen. And you talking about clipping, screen sharing, I mean, people act like whole asses.
Yes,
You know, she was a liar. Billy Joe was a liar. The creator was a liar. Everybody should be ashamed of themselves. When lo and behold, where did they find that baby?
Oh yeah, and it, like I said, Billy Joe, which is in turn why Billy Joe eventually turned her over, basically per se they call it, to the police, because she knew, okay, but yeah, and she knew, like early on, guys, just so you know. That could be argued by others, but I'm telling you, she knew. It's so disgusting to me. So, yeah, I thought that person came back, but I guess she didn't. So I must
No,
tell you that
she never came back. Not the one that made the banner. She's still on here.
Looking back chat real quick.
She's still on here, yeah. But the one that was actually working with the family in the background,
right,
is no longer on this platform. She got run off this platform.
Is that who it is? Who I just said in private chat? No, okay, sorry then. I thought she did, but that's okay. See, I don't know everything, obviously, but either way, it doesn't. I'm gonna show you this clip here, and this is just a little bit. Like I said, Big Mouth was there, as I call her, Big Mouth Betty. I can't stand her. You guys know that. Molly Golightly was there. I believe Olivia was there, but she was pretty quiet for my part, from my understanding. Dolly was there. There was a bunch of TikTok people in there as well, and they were all. I mean, it was the most. I remember being live and watching it while we were live and saying, "This is so embarrassing to the YouTube community that actually comes out here that tries to make awareness and tries to do anything to bring justice for these cases like this. When you have these idiots standing here doing what they're doing, it makes the rest of us look bad too, and that's why nobody trusts us, because people do shit like this." They did it. The same group of people, and then some, did this with Summer's case. They did it with Kylie's case. They did it with this case. They did it in Idaho's case. I mean, it's just ongoing, guys, and it never changes anything. You're not doing anything by doing this except making yourself look like a fool. Period. So, thank you. Yes, Leilani standing trial on 19 charges, including murder, concealing a death, falsifying, and falsely reporting a crime, and 14 counts of lying to investigators. Because she did it through the whole entire investigation, from the very moment she made that 911 call till the moment she was arrested, folks, the entire time. Which is why I still do not understand how Billy Joe had not been charged on this at all, because she lied as well, because she knew. I know she knew. But there's no way to prove that. Which is why. So. Oh, Leilani, mom, what was she, 22 or 23, I think? Or was she older than that? Or 23,
I think so. I'm double checking.
I think she was 23. But she also had other children, you guys. Remember that, okay? They were all put into the mother's care at some point. And she very, very blatantly stated that her words were, didn't bond with Quentin, meaning in reality, she didn't care about Quentin. The one child was her favorite. You don't have a favorite child. I'm sorry. You don't have a favorite child. That doesn't work that way, okay? They're all your favorite. They're all supposed to be. That tells you there that this child should not have had a child. Just saying. PJ says, yeah, she could get death penalty, that you're researching, and she falls under what they give that sentence. Good. I mean, I'm not. The death penalty is a struggle for me because I don't wish death on people. Okay, gotcha. I don't wish death on people, but when it comes down to something like this, when you're taking the life of a child, an innocent child that never had a chance to have a life, the child that you carried for 9 months, that you bore, that you nurtured, and you don't even blink twice because of it. I'm just saying, in some senses, I think that death penalty is too easy. Okay, because it takes your life and you're gone. You're done. You don't have to live through. But then I thought about that, and I thought, this is somebody that doesn't care, that doesn't give a shit what she did to this child. Therefore, in turn, sitting for life and thinking about it's not going to do you any good. All that you're going to think about is that you achieved the goal that you wanted, and having to get that child out of your life. And now you have free meals a day and a roof over your head and have to do nothing to get that. So therefore, the death penalty in this case, in cases like this, yes, I do truly feel is deservable, honestly. Let me show you this clip, so I'll shut up long enough.
A total of 4 people are facing charges tonight. They're accused of disorderly protesting outside the home of Quentin Simon. We've reported the 20-month-old disappeared back on the 5th. That's 2.5 weeks ago. Chatham County Police have named his mother, Leilani Simon, the prime suspect in his death, although she has not been arrested. Investigators will continue searching a Chatham County landfill for the boy's body tomorrow morning at sunrise. Now, an update from our Andy Cole, who's learned the police chief is moving these protester arrest cases to the next level.
CCPD says on Friday night, they responded to the home where Quentin Simon was last seen alive for a group of disorderly protesters. After speaking to the group and informing them of their rights, officers left the scene without making any arrests. Police tell us a short time later, officers responded again to Quentin's home, this time because 3 protesters were blocking the driveway, preventing someone from leaving. Police say after the protesters refused to leave, officers arrested them. John Boatwright, Wanda Boatwright, and William Garrett are facing charges of disorderly conduct. Saturday, another protester was arrested after police say they banged on the doors and windows of Quentin's home. Kimberly Taylor was booked in the Chatham County Jail on criminal trespass charges with a $1,300 bond. After learning of the weekend arrests, police say Chief Jeff Hadley started an internal investigation. He referred the cases to the Office of Professional Standards to be reviewed this week. According to police documents, the OPS's main role is to investigate all complaints against integrity. They serve as fact finders and deal with anything from excessive absences to use of force instances. In Chatham County, I'm Andy Cole, WJCL 22 News.
And one of those protesters contacted WJCL saying she was arrested for, quote, nothing. And we asked to interview them and hear their side of the story, but they weren't available today.
That would be, was it Betty? Did she got it?
No, it wasn't Betty. It was a local.
Yeah, and that's the thing is when Betty showed up and Golightly showed up and all the other crew showed up, these other people came out of the woodwork because they wanted their 5 minutes of fame with the YouTube stars, per se, as it was staffed. I saw somebody give an interview with it, and they wanted to be part of that, one of us by jumping in there. They didn't even care.
She did an interview, but it was with a YouTuber. And to be honest with you, I don't remember who she did the interview with. It was very short, and it was pretty much, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
And then there's footage of, it was her. Was it her husband, and another family member?
Yep, I remember that.
But I don't want to speak what the other family member was. But they were acting like whole ass fools out there, along with the rest of them.
Dolly was dressed up in Halloween costume, like I think a Ninja Turtles costume, doing things, and they were waving banners, screaming, yelling. The thing that got me the most with it, the most disgusting part of the whole protest, was when they were blaring a baby crying through a loudspeaker. That made me want to vomit literally while I was live hearing that. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. The people's mentality that do this kind of shit, they shouldn't be out here doing this. I'm sorry, they just shouldn't. If you're going to do that, you're not here to bring justice to this case. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
That's not doing that at all, guys. That's not at all bringing justice. So,
And it took away from local law enforcement. You know, I don't know if you've ever been to Savannah, Georgia, or if anybody ever in chat has ever been
I've
to
been through
Savannah,
there.
Georgia. But this is not how do I put this nicely? It's not a good area. Not a
No.
good place. So they probably need their law enforcement to do their
Yeah.
job and not focus on a bunch of idiots standing in front of a house acting like idiots, or go so far as to have to write an ordinance
I
and
know.
bring signs out and post signs
Yep.
of a
Yep.
curfew and an ordinance because people are idiots.
They even
So
went
the
as
rest
far as
of the neighborhood could sleep.
that's it. And there were older people in the neighborhood that were not, they were being kept up all damn night. They were being harassed driving by, different things like that. If they didn't agree, people were yelling at the protesters, and the protesters were screaming and yelling and flipping them off and telling them where to go and how to get there. I mean, it was like, what are you, where does this include? This goes back to the same type of shit that we're going through with Sebastian's case. How does this come back to finding Sebastian? How did this go back to finding Quentin? It don't. This is not the way to do this, folks. It's not at all. And it never was. So
This is not the first time that this group has caused ordinances and laws to be passed with their bullshit either.
Nope.
Just by
Not
the
at
way,
all.
for those of y'all that are new to the true crime community, because of the shit they pulled in Gabby's case, there's also a law here in Florida that keeps these
Yeah.
idiots from doing this in front of people's houses.
Yep. Yeah, they've been at this for a while, guys. Sutsbusters, thank you so much for the super chat. Says Dago and Meatballs, I appreciate you. We appreciate you, Suts, for being here and supporting us so very much. So very much. Thank you for that. JC says, how ironic, my cousin's ex-wife is Leilani and lives in Georgia. Oh, same name. Sorry, I thought you were saying her. Gotcha. Yeah, Bullhorn's been doing this for a long time. So, and it always turns out to be the same thing. I didn't do anything. I'm here for justice. Go away. Just go away. Close your mouth, please.
Send me DoorDashes so I can eat. Because
yeah, right.
I'm out here doing the good fight, and I can't leave my screaming post. I'll stop.
No, please. You don't have to. I've never seen her do anything positive. Screaming at people.
The glare was not a part of Quentin Simon acting a damn fool.
No. Oh yes, and that's the one thing, Thomas, that she swears up and down that she doesn't participate in and she doesn't support is the drama that comes from these cases, and that's all she does. That's all she does is come in and create drama.
No drama. She doesn't have shirts made with, stuff on them that you should be ashamed to wear as a human being, and
right.
She doesn't scream in front of people's houses and use a bullhorn to keep the whole damn neighborhood up, or stalk people, or end up in court.
Regularly,
none of that.
Not just once or twice. Regularly.
It's all our imagination. Because she's doing the good fight, y'all. My ass.
A joke. Yeah. Here's another piece. This is a separate clip, but it shows a little bit more of the stupidity and the ignorance. And then I'm going to be moving on from that.
Friday and Saturday night. Last night, one protester was arrested after they reportedly were banging on the windows and doors of the home on 535 Buckhalter Road. Police have identified the protester as Kimberly Taher and charged her with criminal trespassing. On Friday night, police say they had to visit the Buckhalter Road home twice after receiving complaints of people acting disorderly. 3 of the protesters blocked the driveway of the home, which prevented people from leaving. Each will be charged with disorderly conduct.
There you go. You're absolutely right, Ziggy. I know, I found it. I'm sorry. She won't quit. And that's just who she is. She thinks that she's oh, the house is up for sale now. How about that?
We begin tonight with new developments in the case of the murdered toddler Quentin Simon. The home where the 20-month-old lived before his disappearance and death is on the market. Realtor Travis Sawyer told me on the phone today, quote, the family is just ready to move on from that bad history. The nearly 2,800 square foot home located on Buckhalter Road is listed for nearly $400,000. Thomas and Billy Joe Howell, Quentin's grandparents, are the sellers. Sawyer says they'll be offering tours to pre-approved buyers actually interested in living at the home. During the search for the missing toddler, that home became a flashpoint for protesters and those following the case. Police began enforcing a no loitering ordinance outside the home to keep unwanted visitors away from the small neighborhood. Prosecutors allege his mother, Leilani Simon, beat Quentin to death before throwing his body in a trailer park dumpster. They also say she lied to detectives on numerous occasions during the investigation. She was charged with 19 counts in connection to his murder and remains in jail.
And
So-
they not only protested in front of the house, for those of y'all that are new to this case, and I'm sorry to cut you off, Dago.
No,
They
no.
went to the police station
Yeah,
and protested in front of the damn police station too.
they sure as hell did. Anything they can do to get, and this is the thing that's sick about this. 1 second, guys.
At Breathe Deeply, they found most of him. And I apologize to anybody that's sensitive in chat.
Yeah, they didn't even completely find every bit of him, which is disgusting and sad to me because of how he was disposed of and where. Because you guys know when a dumpster is picked up, what they do. Okay, I'm not going to go into details on it, but I'm just saying. Thank you so much, Barbara. Appreciate you for all your hard work. Everyone, appreciate you all. Wait, sorry. Appreciate you for all your hard work. Everyone, appreciate you for all your hard work, everyone. Thank you, Barbara. We appreciate you, hon.
Love you, Miss Barbara.
Yes, we do love you so very much. Breathe Deeply. Welcome. Good to have you here. So that's where we're going to stop with that for today. But I just wanted to bring everybody up to par. A lot of people didn't know about this, and I understand there's so many cases out there. If you didn't see it, you didn't see it. It happens. You know what I mean? But we're finally getting to the trial date on this, which it seems like it took way too long for me. I don't understand it either, but you know, I'm not supposed to, I guess. But we got a couple other things to talk about tonight anyway.
The minds of monsters, Dago. You can't fully understand what these people are because we're not wired like they are.
No, and that's the part that bugs me is I've tried to sit here and think about how and process through my mind how. I'm a pretty smart person, I think, at least. You know, people will tell me other, but I'm just saying. I know how I feel about my children. Let's put it that. Let's start there. But I also know how I feel about children in general. Okay, looking at this baby, this child, 20-month-old, beautiful little boy. My heart's seeing a picture of him makes my heart swell. If that makes any sense. And I'm not trying to be. Yeah, I'm a softie, folks. I call myself soft serve for a reason. I'm very sensitive. Okay. You can be a man and be sensitive, and it's okay. But looking at him and how beautiful he was made my heart swell immediately. Hearing what happened to him broke it into 1,000,001 pieces. Because, granted, it happens, but then to find out that the woman, the child, because he was a child as far as I'm concerned, mentally, that created this child and carried him for 9 months, nurtured him, delivered him, and raised him for 20 months. Although I don't believe she did, is the one that took his life back from him. That's the part that never processes for me, because I know a mother's love is the strongest bond ever. For her to claim she didn't bond with him, I understand, but there's got to be an automatic bond while you're carrying that child, I would think. Or are you absolutely that immature, that evil, that dark, that you disallowed for that bond to happen? I don't understand how that happens. But like Mom said, she's a monster. She's not a mother. She's not a nurturer. The only thing she did, she's an incubator. Miss Sherry said this a while back about others, but I'm going to use it in this sense. She incubated that child in her body, delivered him. That's all she did for him ever. Nothing more. And I don't believe she did do anything. I think the babysitter did things. I believe that Billy Joe, as much as I'm irritated with her, probably did things for this baby, not Leilani. I think the father may have done more than Leilani did. Leilani, he was a bother to Leilani, folks. He was a problem. He was a speed bump in her life that she didn't want there anymore. So she probably wanted something, needed something for her selfish ass self. He got in the way. So she eliminated him because of that. I'll never understand it. And I'll be honest with you, Mom. I don't know that I want to understand, because I feel like if I were to understand and process this, that it's going to change me in some way. And I don't want that. You know what I mean? I don't.
Yep.
So
you start deep diving into these people and like what makes them do what they do, and you know, you end up with 3 or 4 notebooks, and then you're referring back to your notebooks and you can't sleep, and you're like, damn, I wish I hadn't done that. But you know, even with all the research and all the professionals that are out there, they really don't have a solid reason as to why in cases like this. And I'm not downplaying what I'm fixing to say by any means, so please don't think I am. Postpartum is a real thing. This woman did not have postpartum. She openly told people she didn't love this baby.
Yep.
There's a difference in not bonding with a child and not loving a child.
That's right. Those are facts. They're scary. They're sick. They're sad facts, but they're facts. And that's the part that I don't want to understand. I don't ever want to understand how a mother of such a beautiful, beautiful, any child can feel that way. I don't want to know that. I don't want to process that. I don't want to ever sit back and go, you know what? I get it. I don't want to be that person. Like I said, it'll change me, and I don't need to do that. And I don't want to do that. So I won't. Yeah, agreed, Bobby. That is absolute facts. Creators should let law enforcement do their job that they're trained to do, instead of doing stupid things that could jeopardize the case by violating suspect rights. Violating suspects' rights. That I believe that's what that said. 100%, 100%. Whether or not these people deserve to breathe air, there are agencies that are handling it. All we can do, and all we do in here, is bring the information to the public, put the awareness out there, and look into it the best we can. You don't go stand in front of a house screaming and yelling and threatening and doing just disgustingly nasty things, involving yourself and breaking the integrity of the case that could cause there to be more problems with finding out what actually happened. You know? No, that's not our job. That's not what we're supposed to do. It's not our right. But it happens every day. So, moving forward a little bit here, something I wanted to get to. We've been talking about this for a couple days. This came up in a stream we had the other day. I think it was 2 days ago at this point now, or maybe it was yesterday. I can't remember, guys. I'm losing my mind. But Mr. Christopher Henderson has gone missing again. Or I'm showing this again. I showed this the other day. Out of Carson City, Nevada. We didn't have a poster the other day, guys. We just had some Twitter stuff to show. And we're getting a little bit more and more. Mom's working really hard on this one. Arctic has put out a video on this as well. I'm trying to do my part with it as much as I can too. Under some strange circumstances based on his mother's statement. So these are 3 decent pictures of Christopher. One without the hat, 2 with different, so you can see what he looks like. He's 40 years old. And he's been missing since the early hours of Monday, October 7th, 2024. Excuse me, from Carson City, Nevada, under suspicious circumstances, as his mother stated. He was last seen driving this truck here to the right, 2010 Ford F-250 diesel truck with black racks on it on top. If you spot this vehicle, do not approach it. Help us spread the word and bring Christopher home. Now, I believe the truck situation's been handled. Am I wrong, Mom, or am I correct?
The truck is not the focus of. I mean, it is an investigation. So the truck is not the focus of the investigation.
Right.
What
That's
the
the point I'm
focus is Chris. And I just dropped in Discord the last ping on his phone. That's where I was
Okay.
making everybody sick on Google Maps trying to show the area. But
I can pull it up and do it too. No problem.
thank you, Barbara. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Barbara is amazing. She's in one of my hurricane groups, and she was
Yeah.
sharing out last night as well. So if you
That's
were in the live yesterday when I was out of power and on my phone and running around my yard like a crazy person with the
Right.
Twitter post, I was able to reach out to because some of you guys that don't know me, that are new, and those that do know me, I'm an advocate for missing people. I do run a YouTube channel, but deep in my heart, advocating for missing is what I do. That's my thing. It's my calling. I finally found what I'm supposed to do. So I do have groups that are large groups, like a Voice for the Voiceless, that I've either met in person, I've worked with over the phone or through messages or Twitter Spaces, and I've reached out. And Whitney Stitch, and I'm not doxing her, her information is public, and she's very proud that she's the founder of this nonprofit. And within an hour of me getting a hold of her, this flyer was made because he did not have a flyer to share it all. I did not have internet. I did not have power. I had no way to get to my laptop. So big shout out and lots of love to the community that we have here. And that's the community here in chat, community on my channel, community, everybody that helps in these missing cases, because communication and having that solid group of people that you know that you can reach out to, like yesterday, Dago and Doodle were doing their morning live, and I just infiltrated the whole live and was like, hey, can you help? You know,
Of course. And that's
So
what
that-
we do,
I
though.
just wanna
That's
say
never an
thank
issue.
you.
So everybody knows that. I've stopped multiple shows on, I don't care what it is, to do something like this, because this is what we do, folks. This is why we're here. And that's what it's all about. I have no issues doing that. Okay. So this is the flyer now at the point that was put together. And I stated what I stated for a reason. Again, I want to make that known. The truck is not the focus. This gentleman right here is. The truck situation is dealt with. Like, people need to forget about that and start worrying about him. Okay. We need to worry about him. And we need to bring him home. So, a little bit, but there's other things that go along with this. So, I'm going to pull this up like Mom had done too, so we can see this.
Hopefully you're better at driving Google Maps than I am.
I'm not the greatest either, but I'll do my best. I promise.
And Molly, if you're still in here, if you can hear the sound of my voice, I sent you something in Discord. No rush, just whenever you get a chance, because I know you are the map queen.
She is.
And I had a couple of requests that I put in there as well, because I'm not very good with Google Maps. I'll be honest with you. Like, I can get on there and drive down the road, and we ended up in the desert. We couldn't turn around, and it was a whole thing. There was a Taco Bell across the street, but
I'm all right with it. I mean, I make it work. I've learned with Sebastian's. I've gotten better with it. So, all right. Excuse me. We also have, where's that link at? Here. 1 minute here. There was a Facebook page that was put together. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mom. Just for this. Okay.
yes,
And,
Simply Stranger is an advocate on Twitter that I work with a lot, and she had been tagged in his case, and then I got tagged the next morning, and just because she is somebody that I trust wholeheartedly, I reached out to her and was like, hey, have you seen this? And she was like, I got tagged in it yesterday. Lo and behold, while I'm messaging her, she's on the phone with law enforcement, because that's how this stuff works. It's very fluid, and you have a small group of people that you work with in the background, and that's no disrespect to anybody that's on the forefront, that you work with in the background, and there's communicating and things that go on and things that happen, and then it's a small world when you come to the actual people that are here for the missing. And that's why I love my community and your community, our community, so much, and all the people that I've been able to bring into my home and my heart.
We work
So
very
it
well
was,
together. Yes. Yeah.
it's really an honor.
It's an honor for me. When I stepped into the circle, it's been a while. Mom's been around here watching me for a long time, long before I even knew who she was. Okay. But when I stepped into the middle of that circle of Mind of Monsters, which is Mom, Arctic Fox, Duchess for the Missing, those three specifically, but there's a few others. Okay. And I stepped into that circle and I surrounded myself with those people. Things changed in the direction that I wanted them to go. That's where I was heading with what I was doing. I just didn't have that guidance. I'll put it that way. And I have it now, and this is what I do. This is what I'm grateful for. I'm nowhere near like what Mom is or Arctic, because I cover other things as well. Okay. I do that's why articles say, Dago, I have a case I want you to cover. And boom, there it is. I'll do it. Boom, 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 boom. Because I go a little deeper. Arctic does the main, the meat and potatoes of it. I'll go in and do an in-depth search on things and research different stories with it that go along with it, put it all out there so we can see the whole story as a whole, which helps along with what Mom and Arctic do to make a whole thing out of it. That's why I do what I do like that. So, excuse me, I am very honored and very grateful to surround myself with these amazing people to be able to do what we do. I think we all work very well together. And I'm grateful to have them as friends, for one, associates in what we do with two, and community members as three. They're part of my team here as well. So that's all I can say with that. You know what I mean? So again, this is the Facebook page that was put together just for Christopher here. There's a lot to these cases, folks, that cannot be put out. Understand, this is why I haven't done the type of show that I typically would do on this yet, because it's not out there and I can't put it out there. There's nothing to do that with at this point. The investigation is key to what happens with these cases. That is the most important part to finding these people. In turn, I'm not going to come out here and try to put something out that could break the integrity of that. Okay, that's the most important part. My thing here is to put his face out here, his name out here, any information we have about him, and to listen and to be available when I need to be available for when these people say, okay, here's what it is. Here's the info, Dago, go do your thing. That's what I do. Okay. And vice versa with everybody else. And that's what we do. And that's why these things do work in some senses, I believe. And we will continue to do it that way. But so I can't do the shows like I do for this, but this is what I'm doing here now. This is important. This gentleman's mother is a complete and total nervous wreck mess. She's luckily, hopefully, resting at this point. God bless her. Please keep her in your thoughts and prayers. Her name is Joanne, as we talked about the other day. She's a mess, okay? Because she has no clue where her child is. Again, grown man, 5-year-old child, doesn't matter. They're still our children. Any mother would be the same, guys. We know that, okay? So just keep Miss Joanne, as I'm going to call her, in your thoughts, your prayers, and hope that we can figure something out with Christopher by putting this information out. Law enforcement will figure out their side of things, and maybe we'll bring him home. Hopefully, that's all we can do. So I just wanted to put this out, show the I don't know, is this a linkable page, Mom, for anybody else to join?
I put it in the chat.
Okay, there it is, guys. Check the link out for the Facebook. If you want to jump on here, please do. Support this page. Any information you have, just follow the directions within the poster or within here. And thank you to Simply Stranger for starting this very much.
She's awesome.
Yes, I can agree. These are the things we need to do to make this happen, guys. So next thing we're going to do is, and thank you for dropping that, Mom. I'm going to pull up that link for the last ping. I'm sorry. And then we're going to pull it up on maps to see what we can do here.
Yeah. So just to put a little bit of context around it. He's from
Please
Carson City. His truck was last seen in Las Vegas. We're not here to, like, the truck's not priority right now. Let law enforcement handle the truck. Like, that's not what we are focusing on. Like, we're putting our blinders on just for Christopher. I apologize. I don't know if this man wants to be called Chris. I go by Chris in my real life, so that's habit. I mean, no disrespect. But he's from Carson City. His truck was last seen in Las Vegas, but his phone last pinged in Dayton, which is what Dago's bringing up now. So those are 3 important areas. And there was some information that was originally put out that has now been taken down and deleted. So if you have screenshots of the information that was originally put out, please do not share it. I'm begging you from the bottom of my heart, please do not share it, because we're hoping that we caught it in time and it got removed and it's not been masses.
It could cause a problem within the case, folks, and we don't want to do that.
It can
That's
completely ruin the integrity of the case, and we don't want that. So again, if you have screenshots of the information that was originally put out, please do not share it with anybody. Please just don't.
There's Molly right there, Mom.
Yep. Did you, Molly? I don't know if you heard me or not, but I sent you something in Discord with the request when you get a chance. No rush at all, love.
She's probably already been on it anyway, Mom. As soon as she hears a name, she said click, deleted. She got rid of that. Did you hear what she just said, though, Molly, about what she sent you? If you have time, if you're able to do that, it's very much appreciated, hun, because she knows you're the map queen. So this is the area that the phone last pinged in, folks. Okay. Do you know exact, Mom? So when I pull this up, I can go to what the closest is. It this spot right here, where that up and down arrow is, or was it more by the hardware area? You're muted, Mom.
Are you going to pull up Google Maps?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you
put in Louis Ace Hardware.
Okay, that's what I wondered.
I don't know why I'm pointing at you. I apologize.
You can do whatever you want to do. I'll point back. That way we're even. Okay.
I talk with my hands. You guys see me a lot. I'm like, dur, 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 dur.
I do it all the time. That's part of my heritage, I found out. Thank you, Molly. 1 second here, guys. Give me one moment.
I'm not good with the Google Maps. I warned everybody before I pulled it up to get their seatbelts on because we fitting to drive with Mom on Google Maps. And there could have been an incident.
I'm getting better with it, only because I've used it a lot with Sebastian's case and a couple other ones too. So,
well, if I'm not streaming, this is going to sound crazy, but if I'm not streaming, like I can get in there and look around and do stuff. But like, as soon as I started the live, my phone started going off. Messenger was going off. Twitter was going off. Like everybody that I'd reached out to over the day. Because I'm in Eastern, so everybody else is in different time zones, and a lot of the people that I'd reached out to are in Mountain Time and Pacific Time.
Yeah, I get it.
So everybody starts messaging, and I'm like, holy shit, because I guess people get off work and things like that, and they start seeing my messages and then start replying, and
absolutely,
and it's like a flowing river. You throw out all your life rafts, and then everybody starts grabbing them all at once, kind of thing.
Right. All right, guys. So here we are. This is Dayton, Nevada. This is Louis' hardware store. Okay, Ace Hardware. This is Route 70, if I am correct. 770. 770. It says Lincoln Highway.
Yeah, Highway 50, Lincoln Highway.
Okay. So which direction we need to go, Mom?
Up the street. So, like, if the hardware's on the left, we're going the other way.
So turn it around then. The hardware is on the left, so we're going straight past it, right?
Yeah, we're going past the hardwares just to give it an idea, because you have to keep in mind, and those of you guys that have been around for phone pings, so a phone ping can be anywhere from 1 mile to 2 mile to 20 feet from where it pinged at.
Mm-hmm. This is if you look around, folks, this is the desert area, okay? But it's wide open out here, so
Exotic, I have to say that law enforcement did catch a lot of shit in the beginning, but they are taking the case seriously, and they're doing what they can from their side. But what you'll run into when you're out west in a lot of these towns is it's a vast area in a small town. So we're trying to do everything we can from our side to get boots on the ground and drones and search teams and flyers put out, truck stops, bathrooms, McDonald's, anywhere you can think of.
Well, and that's like with an area like this, you guys, if we could get drones in the air, that would be huge. Okay. Because it is such a vastly wide area. Up in the air to look down on this, you'll see a lot more. Okay. And it'd be a lot easier to see.
So I've got 3 people that I'm in contact with, and all 3 of them have badass drones. So I crashed mine into a palm tree. My drone is no more.
I don't have one. Haven't had one yet, but
I was so excited when I got mine. I was like, oh yeah, and Tater and the old man were playing with it. And I was like, it's mine. Let me play with it. And as soon as I got it in my hands, right into a palm tree, and then it was done. I killed it.
So there are other businesses, you guys, and I don't know. Have they talked about cameras on any of these businesses, Mom?
No, that hasn't been released. But what we're asking is there is some areas that are residential. If you have ring cam footage, dash cam footage, please either submit it to law enforcement or to the contacts on the Facebook group. You can contact myself. I will get it to the correct place.
Right. So if you look over here,
residential.
Yeah. If you look off the freeway, look, folks, off of the Lincoln Freeway over to the left here, there's a lot of residential over here. And believe it or not, these cameras can pick things up. Okay. If they're facing this direction towards this area, yes. This place up on the hill here, all of this stuff, and it's all down through here, back off the road. So there, that's a good point. If anybody that lives in this area by chance has any kind of ring cam footage that faces that direction, that would be amazing. There's not a specific spot for this, right? It's just within this area.
Go up. Can you make it look down at the ground for me?
Yep. Hold on. Give me a minute.
I'm being needy, y'all.
You're
and no, Exotic, you don't have to apologize at all, because I'm the first one that will call out law enforcement. Anybody in this chat or Dago will tell you I'm the first one that will be so far up their hind ends they won't be able to see straight if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. So you see this gray deep line?
Yep, the Carson River.
That's Carson River. Okay, down here between the hardware and this group of businesses, there's a little road called River Road.
Yeah. Okay.
Nope, back over here. Go back to the main road. I told you I'm not good at driving this. I'm
right here.
Side seat driving. Yeah, like if you click on your little blue guy that you can walk around with, it's going to light up the roads.
Yep.
Okay, go up.
Right here? Or did you not want me to do that yet? Sorry. Hold on. I'll go back.
Going, no, not yet.
Okay. So let me bring it back to.
Scroll us in.
Just click on that to light the roads up like that. Okay.
Yep. Now on the right hand side, up a little ways there on the highway. Nope. Up. Like you're driving back out of town. See this little side road here? This
right
little
here,
loopy road? Yeah. That's called River Road.
Right. Okay.
That's going to lead you to the river. Now, when I was doing this on my stream, I found a house or a church. I'm not sure which one. Chat thought that it looked like a house without a steeple. But when I was looking at it, it kind of looks like a steeple. And the way that the house is made, I could be totally wrong. It could be a house. And there also looks like some kind of one of them, it's not going to let you drive down.
On this road here, River Road?
There's like 3 parts of it that's River Road.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. You talking about over here? No, not that building. There's a camper truck.
See, so there's all kinds of residences back here.
Yes.
So like if I was there boots on the ground,
Yes,
I'd be knocking on all these doors asking if they have ring camera footage.
exactly. Exactly. That's a big old residence there. We got time to drive. Let's see what we got up here.
It should loop back around.
Yeah. There's a house there.
Yeah, he owns his own business, but I don't want to put out speculation. I'm just going to say that he was a correctional officer, and now he owns his own business.
Got you. Okay, there's another residence there. And every one of these homes could have, Mom's right, any kind of ring camera. Most people have cameras now. Okay.
Especially if you're out in the desert like this, because
Yeah.
when you're this far out, it's going to take law enforcement time to get to you.
Yep.
And when you're out here this far out in the desert, like, you're also taking a chance of, getting your house broken into, or, numerous things.
Well, this is a place that people would do this at. There's money back here. You can tell by the look of the houses, okay? There's money back here. Now, this is out in the middle of nowhere, and it's not widely seen by the main roads. So in turn, this is a perfect place to do something like that. So yes, look at this house here, folks. That's money, okay? I don't care what anybody says, that's money. They're going to have cameras. So, yeah, I see. There's a lot of residential area back here. You can't see it from the main road.
Right. You can't see it from the main road. And I'm just speculating. I'm not saying that this is where he pinged at. I'm saying that we know that when a phone pings, we're looking at from a block, 10 blocks, a mile, 2 miles of a
Yes.
radius, depending on the phone, the tower. There's so many different things that go into effect. It's not like it's not a written math.
Right.
A
Agreed.
phone pinged, they're within a mile of this circle. It could be anywhere.
And we've
Within
learned that. Yeah. We learned that with the Idaho case, you guys. You know how these ping things go.
Yes, Aquaria Hearts. I am good friends with Steve. I'm in contact with him as well.
There's a lot of residential area back here. You wouldn't think so, but there is. These people don't want to be bothered, so they moved back here. Okay.
And like we were talking in my lab, and Miss Sherry was, and the ladies that were in chat and gentlemen that were in chat over there, if you know anything about Daniel Robinson's case, the missing gentleman, this is the same kind of terrain.
Right.
So you're talking desolate desert, mesquite bush, and just very unforgiving goat heads. They're horrible. They're like cockaburros with thorns this long on them.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a fun area by any means to be out there in the middle of the heat.
No.
Dry,
No.
disgusting heat looking for someone.
Absolutely not.
That's why it's so important that if we can get drones in the air,
I agree.
we can
I think
eliminate,
you could get out over the expanse of the wide part of the area and start seeing things. Yes, very much so. It's hard.
I'm a mess tonight, y'all, so please excuse me.
You're good. You are absolutely fine. No worries, Mom.
This is what I was trying to do on my live, but I couldn't get my little guy to go.
Okay. Like I said, this isn't easy to do until you get used to doing it a little bit, which I did. That looks like a church, but I think it's a house. And see, there's all these little outbuildings as well, and sheds and barns and stuff too. So you just never know.
And you also don't know if this is somebody's summer home,
right.
and they live, somewhere, or their winter home and they live somewhere else in the summertime. So we're hoping that there's cameras that can help.
All right, so we've ended up on James now. We need to turn around and go back the other way, I guess. I guess the river turns into James. I didn't realize that.
Who, Phil? I need one of those drones because I am not a good air pilot either.
Yeah, I wonder if Aqua's got a good point. I think Steve is involved in something else right now with Sebastian, so I don't know if he'd be available to do something like this.
Yeah, I'm already in contact with Steve.
Okay. I didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah,
Good
I got
point.
hold of Steve today. Steve's a good friend, and no matter what he's wrapped up in, I'm blessed to be able to reach out to him and be like, "Hey, I need you."
He's very good at what he does. I've always liked him. I've got a lot of respect for him. I'm a little weirded out about what he's been doing lately, but he knows what he's doing, so I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. And with Steve, I have to say that he always has a reason for what
That's
he's doing. Steve
right.
doesn't do anything without a reason. So,
Like I said, I trust in what he does, so he knows what he's doing. That's my opinion. Okay, we're back up on River. This does go quite a ways.
yeah. And this is just my true crime brain or advocate, whatever you want to call it. This is just my brain working. This is a side road. Okay, so if you put yourself in the situation.
Well, yeah, that's part of the.
Where I'm going is, you know what I mean? That's what made me be like, well, wait a minute, there's a side road right there. His phone pinged. It could be anywhere in this area right here. And this is kind of a horseshoe road. And also in the group, the Facebook group, there's a lady that used to live there off of this road. And some of this is a state park. It's not very big,
Right.
But it's a state park.
That's what I just rolled up on that sign to see what it said for, but yeah. And you see this is the dirt road too, folks. It's not even. Wait, what is this? Okay.
This road like loops around. It's got like several little connectors to it. Right. It does look very off grid.
It definitely. Which, you never know. And that's where and it stops me here. So
yeah. So see that little building right there, Molly, if you can still hear me.
Yeah, that's a power building, that looks like, or no?
That's what I said. Okay, cool. So we're on the same brain wave.
This is that's got a power grid built, and there's propane in there.
That has to have a camera, right? I mean, wouldn't they have a camera on something like that? That looks like a camera.
I think that's a camera right there.
Perfect.
It'd be blue.
Okay, now if you go to the left, you're left. I forget that StreamYard's flipped.
Sorry. Keep going.
You might have to back out a little bit. Can you zoom out just a little bit? No, it's not.
You talking about this road here?
Keep going to the left. No. Somewhere back off in there, there's another building. It's a white building.
Hold on.
I don't remember how I did it. I think I was zooming.
Well, there's another little road here.
Yeah, there's like a white building. It's either a house or I couldn't tell because of the way the front of it looks. It kind of looks like the entrance to a church. And it's either a pipe, like an exhaust pipe, or a steeple. Mine, it was really hard to see.
It's okay. Hold on here. Is it up here more?
There's the sign, so it's to the left of that sign.
Right there.
Oh, Dago's good at driving this.
I've gotten very good at this. Yeah, that's a little house. It's a little house.
Okay, because see, I couldn't tell if that was like a drainage pipe from a swamp cooler.
That looks like an exhaust for like a furnace or something, possibly, or something. Yeah. It won't let me get any closer to it, though.
Yeah, I won't let you go any closer. But I really couldn't tell. But I wonder if they have a camera too.
Very possible. Very possible.
See, and there's fences, so that shows property lines. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
And I don't know if that's property lines between private owners and the state park, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
No, absolutely. I get what you're saying.
Exactly, but for some reason, this little road was calling to me. This specific area right here.
No, I got you. It's very out of the way, and would good to do, you know, good to hide things and stuff like that on, because nobody's going to see you from the main roads, except
Right.
for the people who live back.
Even though there's businesses over there, if you look at this terrain,
Yeah.
and right now it's I'm trying to think. I think it was in the 80s and partly sunny when we looked up this week. So in the 80s, this stuff's going to be just like you're seeing it here. It's not going to be dead and brown and, you know, what makes tumbleweed. It's going to be
Right.
just exactly how we're looking at it.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I'm not a plant person, but there's a lot of mesquite bush that's out there.
Mhm.
And the shit is everywhere.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But this is the general area from that hardware store up to this part here that we're really needing help.
Yeah.
Anybody that was driving by, did you see anything? Did you see his truck? You know, did you see that truck like that? So the truck's not completely obsolete, but the truck's not priority. Like, did you see the truck in the area? Do you have a dash cam? Do you have ring camera footage? You know, anything, the smallest tip. That's why we always preach, see something, say something, because the smallest little bitty tip could be the piece of the puzzle that you put together and the whole picture shows. Thank you so much, Susbusters. She sent you an email to share with me. They may be able to help her getting drones right away. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. You
Yes,
rock
ma'am.
my socks off.
That is why this community is amazing. Let me see something here real quick.
But our main priority is getting drones, boots on the ground, flyers, and cameras.
Absolutely.
And I have Pointer Lover, who's one of my amazing OG subs, and she has some family that lives in the area. So she's going to get flyers to them and get those posted as well. And I've made contact with 2 people and reached out to 4 people with drones. So anybody we can get to help, just in case something falls through.
All
Thank
right.
you, Sussbusters. You're awesome.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is why this community is so great. We work very well together, all of us, and very quickly, as you can see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's awesome. That is very awesome. Well, I don't know about cameras. I still feel like people would have personal cameras, but that one building, because it looks like it's protected with razor wire fencing, it's probably some sort of a utility building that should be protected per se, may have that looked like a camera on the building. So if that has any footage of anything in that area, that'd be great. Go ahead, Mom. Sorry.
I think so too. I was agreeing with you. Like when I was looking at it, like I said, I was trying to focus on the live and chat and watching, for people, because you never know who's going to come in the chat. So I was trying to watch the chat and drive the Google, and I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. That's why I sent it to the map queen Molly and was like, "Help,
100%.
help me, Rhonda," because I couldn't really tell what it was, and I probably need to switch over to the Mac because this one that I'm on now is an HP, and it's about had it. Like it is, she's gone strong for years, and it's so full of stuff that sometimes the picture is not clear on it. So
Absolutely.
it's just that Minnie is so far away that if I do something to this Mac, he's not like right down the road where I can have him undo what I did.
Right. No, I get it. Let me see if, well, there is that river. Somebody asked about water. So we have that river, guys.
Thank you, Molly. And Siggy, there is a post in the Facebook group, and there's a post on Twitter as well asking for ring cams and stuff, and where to call and contact. But I have not personally made a flyer. I'll be honest with you guys, I just got power back this morning, so I normally clean house on Friday evenings, Saturday mornings, and I couldn't do shit last night.
Right.
So I was like cleaning house and had the laptop up and running and my phone and trying to communicate with people in between and run errands and go to the town and go to the store, and because we've been running on what we stocked up for hurricane. And
Absolutely.
yes, it was heavy D, and I'm in contact with someone that has direct contact with him,
He's got a chopper, so that helps.
so I'm hoping that we'll possibly be able to get him to help as well.
Wow. I don't know if you saw this, Mom, but that just happened.
What?
This right here. Can you see it?
Aw, she's awesome. She must be lurking in the bushes.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just clicked on it and said, well, that's cute. We appreciate that very much. Let's see here. Hold on, y'all. Thank you, Miss Barbara, for posting in there. Have they put? Has Ellie put anybody in that park? Do you know? I know it's not a big one, but
As far as I know, the park was just mentioned tonight in the Facebook group.
okay. Welcome, BAM Construction. Thank you for joining us.
And
tonight.
I'm not personally in contact with law enforcement.
Right.
They said
I just didn't
that
know if
was
you had-
handled. That was handled outside of me, and that's made public that Cynthia did verify with law enforcement that he is truly missing, and she has spoke with him or spoke with law enforcement. I do make calls to law enforcement, but again, she was able to make that contact. So what we don't do is, you don't want to flood law enforcement. So I didn't want to contact them. She'd already so she's like the direct contact to mom and law enforcement. And then I'm doing what I can. She's the liaison, I guess is the best way to put it. And I'm doing what I can from the background and contacting my contacts. She's contacting her contacts, and we're going to hopefully take all of it and squish it all together and be able to bring him home to his mom.
Hopefully we can make something happen with everybody's coverage on it and all that. Yes, I agree.
Okay, Molly. Molly sent me something in Discord.
Yeah,
She's
I was supposed to tell you that. Molly's very quick with that stuff too, so thank God. Thank you, Molly.
I know she's got life going on too, so.
That is Molly's life right there. Life goes on hold as soon as Molly gets the chance to pull a map. I'm telling you right now. Hold on here.
Oh, she's a rock star.
Yeah, I'm craving something sweet so bad, and I don't have nothing here. You ever had that happen to you?
Yeah, that's why if you guys see me like putting something in my mouth, this is my poison.
Don't be showing me them. What is that?
They're
Bonbon?
strawberry bonbons with the hard candies with the.
Oh, that candy. Yes, I know. You
I
told
have
me.
eat a whole bag of these because this is what I stress eat on. Like anytime I'm like really focusing on something, like I have to have those because
They're the
otherwise
ones that have. They're the ones that have the gel in the center, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. Oh God, Mom. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Those and Werther's Originals are so dangerous to me. They really are.
Molly, you are amazing.
Did you get it?
Yep.
Thank you, Molly.
You rock my socks off, dude.
Okay. Okay, that's what I was looking at, that area. There's a river that runs through there, and there's a small park. Those are the two things that have my attention at this point. No, Exotic. I was actually looking for that. Thank you for... I was looking. We ran out of both. I can't do jelly by itself. Peanut butter, yes, but not jelly. But no. And if I had them both, I'd be happy. But... Or even one of them. The peanut butter. I'd be good, but we're out of it, so... Okay, so this is another actual photograph. I don't know which photograph fits him the most right now. This is another photograph of him with no hair at all, clean shaven and all that.
That article's the best one to pull up. That one you're hovering over with
Right
the clean, yes. Now he has a beard, so the ones with the beard are the most recent photos. But
Gotcha.
that article has a clear photo of the truck, like on the road, not.
And there's nothing in this article that shouldn't be being put out.
No, this was released by law enforcement to the local media to put out. So this is a press release.
This came out 9/49. It says here, so good. All right, so let's check this out, folks. See what this has to say.
At Centennial Subaru, Subaru's love promise is more than words. It's our commitment to making a real difference in our community. From supporting local schools and charities to environmental initiatives, we're dedicated to creating positive change. Lease the new 2024 Crosstrek for $289 per month for 48 months. Or purchase the Crosstrek with 2.9% APR financing for up to 48 months. Join us in spreading the love. Visit Centennial Subaru today. And together,
The Rant with John Huck, sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Lawyers.
The Rant is hearing a lot of frustration with CCSD and the big budget deficit the district is in. And a teen found unfit for trial in the death of a retired former police chief has people fuming too.
That kid who ran that cop down and two else and put it on hand slap, and what a bunch of young man drove a car and killed this ex-police crowd. He murdered some.
This is the article itself?
No, not. I don't even know. What are they doing?
Watched it.
Hold on.
The article.
The whole board and start over again. These people don't know what they're doing.
Oh, you got something playing in the background.
Sorry, Mom. Hold on. Good Lord. I clicked on this. Like here? Where do I click?
No, click on his face and just read the article.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're fine. Police say Christopher Henderson was reported missing by family October 9th. He was last seen near his home in central Carson City that day. There he is again. There's a beard too. So, his vehicle was last seen in Vegas on Thursday around 2:40 p.m. in the 2800 block of East Charleston Boulevard near Eastern Avenue. Police said his family found his disappearance unusual, but foul play is not suspected. Okay. Henderson was last seen wearing a blue T-shirt with cutoff sleeves in gray and black work pants. He is 6 foot tall, 200 pounds, bald with hazel eyes and a beard extending several inches below his chin. He was driving a gold 2006 Ford F-250 with an equipment rack bearing Nevada license plates 960 and 25. There's the truck as he's going down the road. Again, anyone with information on Henderson's disappearance or current location is asked to contact their local law enforcement agency. Carson City Sheriff's Department Sheriff's Office at the information below. Carson City Sheriff's Investigations Division Sergeant Brett Bindley at 775-283-7815, or you could go B Bindley at carson.org. Captain Lowe, you can reach at 775-283-7850. Dispatch number is 775-887-2008. And that is, Mom says, the best article to follow. There he is again, clean shaven completely. And there he is now. Let me back this up a little bit, guys. It's a little too close. There you go. With the hat on, just picture him without the hat, possibly with the beard. Molly said Discord, Mom.
Oh, you're so amazing. She is a freaking rock star.
Yes, she's very good at that stuff.
Thank you so much. I will get this over to the proper person. I knew you could do it, dude, because I was trying and failing miserably at it. So thank you, Molly. I definitely appreciate you.
Yes, Molly, thank you very much. As always, like I said, there's an amazing team of people here that does amazing things. You are all very much appreciated.
You guys rock, man. Like seriously, like I would be lost without you guys, and I wouldn't be able to do what I do without you guys. So thank you so much, and Dago, thank you so much for helping and being the amazing human being you are, man. Like seriously,
just doing what I'm supposed to do, my dear.
This means a lot to me.
We do everybody what we do. That's why I put the people together in this team that I have that have the resources of themselves and do the things they do and have no bones doing it. And they're very quick with these things. And all of us working together, like I said, it's what it's all about, guys. It's what it's all about. Community is community for a reason. That's all I'm saying. Molly, you're amazing. Thank you. We love you. Cassie does the same thing. SRB does. I mean, everybody does their own thing. Alicia, Sherry, Mama Bear, Doodle, all of you guys, even Arctic and you, Mom. I mean, we all work so well together. And I'm grateful to each one of you guys for everything you do. Even Tomboy, who swears she doesn't do nothing, she throws little things in too and helps. It takes a village, everyone, to do everything these days, and we have one here. So, hope to God we can do something to help to bring this gentleman home.
Yes. The share. And if, like I said, if you're local or can hear the sound of my voice and you're local or have family or resources or anything, just please reach out, because his mom's just very distraught. And I know we see this in all these cases. This is not normal behavior for him. It's not normal behavior for him not to contact his mom. Like you guys know how close Minnie is to me. It's kind of the same kind of mom-son relationship, Mama's boys.
Absolutely.
Oh, wonderful. So wherever his foundation's got one out too, because I messaged them. I messaged so many.
I was looking for this one all day, and I just now finally see. Whoa, sorry.
They probably just now got around to doing it.
Right. Okay, so let me read this to you guys again. Again, his name is Christopher Henderson. This is beard, no beard. I'm glad they did that. 40 years old, bald, hazel eyes, 6 foot, 210 pounds. Carson City Sheriff's Office asking for help to find a missing 40-year-old male. Christopher Henderson was reported missing by family October 9th. We all know that. He was last seen near his home in central Carson City, Nevada that day. His vehicle was last seen in Las Vegas on October 10th around 2:40 p.m. in the 2800 block of East Charleston Boulevard near Eastern Avenue. Henderson was last seen wearing a blue T-shirt with cutoff sleeves and a gray and black work pants. Sorry. He was driving a gold Ford F-250 with equipment rack bearing Nevada license plate number 960N25. 960 Nancy 25. Anyone with information on Henderson's disappearance or current location is asked to please contact their local law enforcement agency and the Carson City Sheriff's Office at 775-887-2008. There is that number right there for you. Once again, guys, Mr. Christopher Henderson. I'm going to throw this up in my shorts as well and on my community page as well. Okay, well, that's good. Emma Edwards was located safely. That's nice to know. So there he is. One more time, folks, if you can see him. Let me see if I can do this one more time for you. 1 second here. There we go. A little bit closer to his face. Thank you, Cassie. Thank you, Siggy. Says you have an awesome team, and it takes a village to raise or find a child. Amen to that one. Anyone, it takes a village to do any of the things that we try to do out here. Whether we're out here trying to be the voice for the voiceless in some of these cases, because it's true, we do need to do that. Their voice no longer exists. That's why we put it out. Whether we're trying to find a missing child, it takes a village. Whether we're trying to find a missing adult, it takes a village. It can't be just one person, guys. Never. One person is never going to do this alone. Ever. Whether it's a person that's boots on the ground, the person that's bringing awareness through YouTube, the person bringing awareness through TikTok, the person that's putting the posters together, passing out bracelets or out on the ground. Like I said, every bit of it counts. Every bit of it, and it is also very much appreciated. And thank you for sharing that, Cassie, very much. You ain't lying, Cass. It takes a village to get through life, and bring awareness to others. Yes, 100%. One person will never do it alone, and there's no shame in that. Molly, thank you for what you did. I appreciate you, hon. And Phil, damn you. I would kill for that right now, but we have no syrup either. There's a lot of things I don't have right now, Phil. Thank you very much, Bam. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope to see you tomorrow morning, because we'll be here for that tomorrow too. Maybe Mom can join us since it's a Sunday, unless she's catching up on life. And that's understandable. Can't believe it's Sunday again already. God, that was quick. You're muted, Mom.
It's like the weekend doesn't even exist. I slept in today.
I woke up. I fell asleep sitting up on the couch again. And about 4, woke up completely. My wife was leaving for work. Although she's done now. She's on vacation for 10 days, thank God. And then I laid down, I don't know when, and fell asleep. I had restless leg issues going. I have restless leg syndrome really bad, and it was going crazy this morning, which is why I got up so early, I think. So, and then I slept till about 10, jumped up, rushed to do the morning show because I was thinking I was late. I couldn't tell. I couldn't read. I can't read the clock when I first wake up. I'm kind of slow with that stuff. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Good. Good. All right. So, is there any more info you want to put out as far as Christopher's situation, Mom?
No, just share. And again, thank you, Molly, for getting me that information. You're awesome. And if anybody has any information, reach out to law enforcement. One of the numbers on the posters. If you have anybody that lives in the area that's willing to help, reach out to me. I will get them in contact with the correct resources. And I can be found on Twitter, Facebook, my email. It's all in the description on my channel.
Bango.
Or you can hit up Dago, and Dago will get in contact with me.
Sure enough.
He has my personal cell phone number, so if it's something that's urgent, he can, he can get me within a matter of minutes. I'm right here. Perfect. Molly, you're awesome.
Again. Yes.
You are awesome, my dear. It's pouring out. I'm so glad it's not raining here. I don't think we could take another inch of rain.
I'm sick of being in hearing about rain. It rains nonstop for 5 days here before the hurricanes even hit. So I'm done with rain. I've been done with rain. It's time for it to just stop, all of it. No more rain, no more wind. Just let it be fall, please. Okay, there's one other thing I wanted to run through tonight, guys, per request of one of the community members here, Mr. Brian. We all know and love Brian. Brought something to my attention, which is it's about a case we're covering anyway. So I'm gonna check this out for Brian and put it out here. Oh no, what? Oh, that's cute. That is cute, Leslie. Very cute. I'll show you guys this real fast. This is adorable, actually. Miss Leslie and Billy. Maybe, hold on. I don't want to put that out, but this is cute. That's a cute decoration. I like that. I love Halloween decorations. Those are two little ghosts. Those are adorable, Leslie. Good job. Absolutely. I think they're cute. You need credit for what you did. Anyway, onward and upward. I have to show this to my wife. She'll like that. Where did it go? Okay.
Oh yeah, sure, bro.
Where'd you go, Brian? Okay, so we all know. I don't know how to take this, guys. I just don't. Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh. You don't know how to take it?
No, I don't. I don't know how to take to take this for, but I'll look at it. Noah Noah Presgrove's case. You guys, for those of you that have been here for a minute, you know the case we're talking about. It's a pretty crazy situation, okay? It has been from the moment we looked at it. There's a lot of questions with it. There's a lot of unanswered situational stuff that just makes no sense to me. I have questions within law enforcement, as well as everybody else that was involved, guys. I think there's some lying that's been done. I think there's been some falsifying of stuff that's been done, and I think there's some bad stuff that was done to this child. And I'm saying child because he was very young. So, Brian sent me this and wanted me to take a look at this. I don't know what to think of this. And they're talking about hell, hold on a minute. I'm just going to show you guys.
That happened.
All right. Let me know if you can hear this, please. One second. I just want to make sure it's plugged in so you guys can hear it okay. Can you hear this?
A year ago, in the Noah Presgrove case.
All right. We're going to check this out and see what Brian says. Brian said something in this really caught him, so we're going to see it too. But like I said, this case really caught my attention, guys, and it really, Like, this one railed me. I was just like, I can't figure out which way I want to go with this. So, just that.
Very baffling situation. It's about a confession that happened a year ago in the Noah Presgrove case. And we're going to try to dive into it and figure out what in the world is going on with this confession. Okay. And so, if a lot of you don't know who Ken Maines is, Ken Maines has now done 2 videos on the Noah Presgrove case. Okay. He's received a little bit of backlash because his theories and his assessment doesn't really fit what most everybody's thoughts are, but this guy, he knows what he's doing, and he just goes by the facts of the case. Okay. So this latest video that he did, he says that he has inside information that he received from someone who was at the party the night that Noah died. Okay. Because in Ken's first video, this person who was at the party said they watched it and that Ken got some things wrong. Okay. So this person wanted to clarify a few things and give Ken Maines a little bit more information, so that he could do another video to kind of correct it. And not really much changed, guys, with his assessment. It's still pretty much that it's some kind of vehicle accident. Okay. But the one piece of information that did come out, and this is not new to me or not new to the Noah community, it's not new to law enforcement, but I think that a lot of people that weren't there that night, they thought it was just speculation and rumors and another conspiracy theory. We weren't all sure if it was actually something that happened. Okay. But now you got somebody who was at the party who's reaching out to a well-renowned detective. And this person should not be given bad information to this detective. He's a retired detective, but it's a crime to lie to law enforcement, regardless if they're active or inactive. So I believe that this information that this...
That don't mean that people don't do it. Remember that, folks. Just because somebody says that doesn't mean that it don't happen, okay? Because it does.
Person gave is correct, okay? And a lot of other people have heard the same thing. But like I said, we just weren't sure if it was true that it actually happened, because there's 1,000 rumors and we just don't know which of them are true. So this person reached out to Ken, and one of the things that this person told them was that there was a kid that was supposedly driving on the highway that night, leaving the casino, the River Star Casino. And I guess this kid was in a truck. I think that I heard that it was a black truck. I'm not sure, but it's a pretty big truck. Okay. And the kid was driving from the casino and heading north. And this kid says that he hit something. Okay. For a fact, he knows he hit something. And at first he thought it was a pig. Okay. And so the reason why he hit something, I mean, I don't know if it would have been avoidable regardless, but you see right here, this picture, this is an AI picture. Okay. I'm just depicting the scene of what happened. But supposedly this kid was making a Snapchat video to send to Avery Howard. Now that right there in itself is just a very bizarre piece of information. Why are you sending a Snapchat at that exact moment while you're driving down the road a mile away, a mile past the party house? Why are you sending a Snapchat to Avery Howard? I mean, as you pass the party house, did it trigger in your mind, oh, it's Avery's birthday, I need a Snapchat? Or I mean, what? That little tidbit of information is pretty interesting. But I digress. So the kid says they left the casino, driving north, was distracted, sending a Snapchat to Avery, and I guess was driving in the middle of the road, hit something, and thought it was a pig. Okay. But it wasn't a pig. But they didn't know at that moment in time. So this kid states that they kept driving. Okay. So they would have left the River Star Casino here, headed north through Terrell, and right around here, hit something. Okay. And then as you hit something, this person says that they continued driving, and this would have been 6.5 more miles from that spot.
Okay, here's my first problem with this. Most everybody I know that hits something in the middle of the night, driving down the road, is going to stop and see what the hell they hit. You don't think it's a pig unless you see it. I mean, am I wrong? Does anybody else just hit something and keep on going? I'm going to check the damage on my vehicle and to see what the hell I hit. So that's my issue with this so far.
Continued driving until they got to Ryan, Oklahoma, so that they could stop and check out to see if there was any damage to the truck. And the kid,
again, why would you stop after driving so far to check it? Wouldn't you stop immediately, Mom?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's
Because
typical.
if you hit something like that, you're not going to be just like
100%.
I hit a bird.
Okay. Yeah. To say that you think you hit a pig, that says, why would you think that automatically, that it was a pig? Okay. Just saying. This is weird. Anyway, okay. Very weird. Well, it was just an AI created picture, Bobby. So I think he did it just to show, to kind of give us like an idea as to what was happening that night. So yeah, I see what you're saying though.
it says that they didn't see any damage. Okay. But I believe that there was a front guardrail on that truck. And if that's true, I've already had discussions with people where these front guardrails, they basically turn your vehicle into like mini tanks. It's very, very destructive if you hit something. Okay. If you hit other cars, it can totally destroy them and you won't have a scratch on yours. But what if you hit a person? How destructive would that be if you hit a person with the front guardrail like that? I mean, it totally, totally destructive. So, my question is, why do you keep driving 6.5 miles all the way till you get to Ryan without stopping? Now, there could be a few reasons for that. Maybe it's pitch black on this highway and it's like a desolate highway. It could be kind of scary, to stop somewhere along the way. So if it's a young kid, I mean, I think it's plausible that you just don't want to stop to check out the damage to your vehicle on this road here. So, it kind of makes sense. Just keep going till you get to a city, and I don't know where they pulled over.
It doesn't make sense though. I would have stopped right there immediately and saw what the hell that was and looked at my vehicle to see what damage there was. I can't be the only one. Bobby just said the same thing, so just saying.
Possibly a gas station or something, who knows? But suppose there was no damage to the vehicle, okay? But this kid knows that they hit something. So what was it? Okay. So I guess that when this kid discovered, seen on the news or wherever, heard through word of mouth or through the grapevine, whatever, that Noah Presgrove was hit or, found dead or whatever happened to him on the highway, I guess this kid had put two and two together and thought to themselves, well, maybe that's what I hit instead of a pig. So everything from here on out is speculation. Okay. I don't know exactly how it all went down, but the word is that this kid either called or went to the police and told them this story about, hey, I thought I hit a pig coming home from the casino, but it may actually be Noah. The other speculation or the rumors are that this kid was crying their eyes out, bawling like a baby. Very, very, very emotional. Guys, you can't just flip a switch on emotions and crying. That only happens whenever you're telling the truth and you're reliving a situation that happened that's absolutely true.
Okay, so has this guy ever dealt with a true crime case before?
He sounds like he must be new.
I'm telling you, because I've seen people fake cry about lots of shit, especially in these cases, and they do a good job of it too. Okay, just saying. I'm not saying that that's the case with this one, but it does happen, and it can happen. So
you experience some kind of trauma, you know, and you know it just all adds up, guys. The story of thinking they hit a pig, but it's pretty sure they hit no instead. But for whatever reason, cops ruled this out. They did not accept this kid's confession. Okay, the case is still unsolved. Okay, and I don't understand it. It's like this whole thing was buried. Okay, now I'm not saying to charge this kid with anything. I'm not saying that at all, unless there's circumstances to this case that we don't know. Was the kid drunk? You know, and if they were sending a Snapchat, you know, that could have caused the accident. You know, because I'm a believer, guys, that if somebody is involved in an accident where it's truly not their fault, they shouldn't be charged.
Agreed, Bobby.
But if they did things that created a crime, you know, that were direct causes to a crime, like under the influence or driving crazy intentionally, you know, racing or, you know, whatever, or if they were purposely being distracted because they were on their phone. So the question is, would this have not have happened if the kid wasn't on the phone, supposedly sending the Snapchat to Avery? Okay, but
well, here's the thing: if he was sending a specific Snapchat to Avery Howard, then he probably knows Noah Presgrove too. Okay, and knew about the party. It's 11:22, folks. I'll be right back.
He'll be back. Bah ha ha ha. Y'all are stuck with me for a minute. Should I sing to y'all? Oh, no, there he is.
Go
Y'all
ahead.
got lucky.
Here, I'll leave so you can sing. I'll be right back.
Don't you dare.
Go do your thing. Do your thing, Mom. Do your thing. Oh, damn. We got to come back down here somewhere. We're back. Thank you, Ghost of whatever, for doing that once again tonight. Here we go.
It should have taken a lot more time to investigate this lead. Okay? To find out if Noah's death was caused by a kid just driving home and thinking they hit a pig. Okay? There's a lot of things that could have been done. Geofencing could have been done to show the location. You know, to see if he really started here and went here. You know, cell phone pings. You know, you need to do interviews with.
Yes, Leslie, this was the one that had somebody else's shoes on. The teeth were. This was a mess. This whole case is a huge mess. And I have any question you can ask in this case is written in my notebook to ask. Truly, because it doesn't make no damn sense. I have my own thoughts on this, and they're deep thoughts. I'll just tell you that much because of things that were found out. So I'm just saying. I don't know. I don't know yet, and nobody does really, truly. I don't think that this would have been missed by the police, and that's my opinion. But I just don't. I don't know. But there's also other questions that go right along with police. So just saying.
With the kid, you know, to just say, hey, tell me what your route was. You know, what time did you leave the casino? Which route did you drive? And then when you got to this area down here where you hit something, okay, about how tall was the thing that you hit? Or did you even see it at all? Were you distracted by your phone and you didn't even see it? Okay. If you did see it,
I'm gonna say something here real quick. Even if you're in a truck, if you hit a pig, just like if you hit a deer, you're gonna feel it. It's gonna do some damage. If you're cruising up that dirt road at night, you're going at least 45 miles an hour, in my opinion. Okay. That's gonna do some damage. Bumper, fender, grill, whatever. It's gonna be visible. There's gonna be hair, blood, skin, tissue, DNA of whatever that was, whether it's pig, deer, human, dog, cat. You're going to have it there. So that could all be tested. But for you to say that there's no damage, were you going 10 miles an hour, creeping down the road? What were you doing? This doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Did we ever get the names of the people from Texas that were also at the party? That, yeah, I have a whole bunch, Molly. We got a lot of people, but it doesn't mean anything because there's people claiming that they weren't there. There's people that were claiming that they were there. There's people that were hiding. There's people that claimed that they were sleeping, but they were at the site at the same time. This case is a damn clusterfuck. Excuse my language, but it is. It really is. The best friend supposedly that was at the party with him the night that this happened conveniently was going hunting at 4 a.m. with his father too. I'm sorry to say this, but a 19-year-old kid that was at a party at 2 a.m. is not going hunting at 5 a.m. with their father if they were drinking. It just that doesn't fit to me. I'm sorry. So I will have Sergeant Smell Good message you and see what resources he has. Oh, okay. There you go, Mom. That's for you. I don't know if you're familiar with Sergeant Smellgood. He's a deputy sheriff out there where Doodle's at, friends with him.
I don't know Sergeant Smellgood, but thank you, Doodle. I appreciate it. You're awesome. You rock my socks off, dude. Thank you so much.
He comes in here a lot, mostly in the morning time, but yeah. They're friends. Him and Doodle are friends, and he's a sergeant with the county sheriff's department out in that area. So good stuff, Doodle. And wasn't a friend the one that got caught dropping a tooth on the ground? Well, based on the story we heard, Barbara, it was the friend's father that tossed the teeth on near the body. So that's what I'm saying. We don't clearly know 100% what's right and what's wrong. So, once again, we're just walking in circles like we do with some of these cases. And he is the new search and rescue leader. That's awesome. That's awesome too. Sergeant Smellgood is now the new SARS leader, Mom. So if he has resources that he can get to, then he can help in that sense.
Thank you so much, Doodle. That is awesome.
Very much so, Doodle. God bless. You're awesome, Doodle. We love you. Yes, my colleague's brother was hit in a Honda Civic. He was in a coma induced for 2 months. He had to learn to speak. Yeah, it'll do some damage for real. Absolutely. Sorry to hear that, Siggy. But damn it, definitely caused some damage for our area. So I'm sure you can make calls. Amen to that, Doodle. Thank you again, hon.
When you hit it, which side of your vehicle did you hit it on? Left side of the vehicle? Right side? Or was it in the center? And then when you hit it, which way did it go? Did it fly off to the right, fly off to the left, or did it just immediately seem like you just hit it and it slammed straight down to the ground? There's a lot of stuff that could have been done in this investigation, guys, and it would have took more than a few days. It would have took more than a week. It probably would have took months, because then you got to do the accident reconstruction. Okay, because also at that time, I don't think they had they didn't have the autopsy yet. This is right around the same week that the accident with Noah happened. This kid confessed, is what I'm being told.
Yeah. Welcome, Hummingbird. Good to see you. We covered the autopsy on this and showed it was a mess. It really was. Based on my experience from knowing these things, to look at it made no sense to me based on what they found and how they found him. There were some things missing from the scene based on what his autopsy looked like. It's bad. It's very bad. So, just saying.
If it's different from that, guys, then please correct me in the comments. But that's what I was told, is that this kid went to police and made this confession pretty quickly. Okay, once this situation happened with Noah. Okay, so you don't have the autopsy then. Okay, but you have it now. Okay, but things that they did have, or they should have had at that point, even if they didn't have the autopsy. Welcome.
Hang on, I don't know what just happened. Sorry, guys. 1 second.
Is they should have had pictures of the crime scene, pictures of Noah's body. Okay, then you can do accident reconstruction to try to line up this kid's vehicle and see if that vehicle could have made the damages to Noah's body. Okay, like I say, it's a very in-depth investigation, and it should have took many months to rule this kid out. Okay, but for some reason he was ruled out very quickly. Okay, and so that leads me to this, guys. What are some reasons why law enforcement might not charge someone who confesses to a crime? Okay, now not all of these reasons apply to this case, but we'll just go through the ones that do. Okay, so you may have insufficient evidence at the time. So even if a person confesses, the confession alone may not be enough to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt in court. Law enforcement needs additional evidence to support the charges. And that's what I'm saying, is to get that evidence, you have to investigate. Okay? So the question is, why didn't they do a long, drawn-out, in-depth investigation into this kid's confession? There has to be a reason, guys. Has to be a reason. I mean, it could be done today. A new investigator could come in and do the investigation right now. Okay? Or it could be a coerced or false confession. If the confession is obtained through coercion, intimidation, or other improper means, it may be deemed inadmissible in court. Additionally, people sometimes make false confessions due to mental health issues, a desire to protect someone else, or other reasons. So now you got to look at this. Was this a false confession or a coerced confession? Did someone make this kid do this? Or did this kid feel compelled to make this confession to help cover up for someone else? You know, it's just, there's a lot of questions, surrounding this confession. Was it coerced? I don't think so. I don't think that the kid's coming forward crying and adamant that they hit Noah thinking it was a pig, because no pig was found, guys. That's the thing. Okay, there's rumors, there are several rumors that this confession happened very quickly. Okay, and that they were out there before 5:15 a.m. with some type of police looking to see if there was a pig out there. Okay, I don't know if that's true. It may not be true, because there's another rumor that the kid didn't confess till like 2 p.m. that day. Okay, there's other rumors that it could have been a few days later that he confessed. Who knows? But the thing is law enforcement hasn't been transparent with the public about this. And I don't know how this, well, actually, yes, we do. Well, I mean, I don't know how it got out there initially, but I mean, we know how it got out there now. It's because this kid from the party went to Ken Maines with this, with this pig theory. But I heard about it 2 or 3 months ago, and I'm sure that others heard about it, even longer ago, probably since day one, a year ago. So how did it get out? Because you can look on Google right now. You're not going to find any articles about this anywhere. So that means law enforcement hasn't talked about it to news stations or anybody. There's no videos. There's no police reports or incident reports. There's nothing. So how did this pig story get out? Okay. So lack of jurisdiction, statute of limitations, and plea bargain, none of that pertains to this confession, but this last one does. Insufficient public interest. In certain cases, the potential harm to the defendant or the public may outweigh the benefits of prosecution. For example, if the crime was a minor offense and the defendant has no prior criminal record, law enforcement may decide not to pursue charges. So this is not a minor incident. This is a major incident where someone died. But was it an accident? Okay. If it wasn't this kid driving down the highway at that point in time, if it was another kid, or if it was a house mom, or if it was a truck driver, or if it was just someone else, just driving to wherever, they could have possibly hit Noah also. Anybody could have hit him. So I'm going to categorize this that it's an accident, guys. So I don't think the kid should be charged. Okay, he came forward, he did the right thing. He told law enforcement what happened. But the question is, why doesn't law enforcement believe it? I mean, I don't know, guys. This is a head scratcher. Because to me, the case is solved. And it's been solved for a year. This kid confessed that he absolutely positively hit something on that highway right there around that spot, a mile down the road, and he thought it was a pig. Okay. But for some reason, this confession has not been accepted. It has not been believed, and the case is still unsolved. So
that also could be because law enforcement already knows something, and again, that's not it. And you don't know that it wasn't accepted. Who knows what's going on with this? But I don't know. Brian wanted me to play this, so I'm playing it. Here it is. Where you at, Brian?
Where is Brian?
I don't know. The creator, I don't know right now. Barbara, I'll have to let you know here when he's done. It's about done.
I don't know, guys. I'm at a loss for words. It seems like this whole year of everyone investigating all these different suspects and all these lives that were ruined and false accusations and people being stalked, and taking pictures of their cars and their license plates and spreading them with crackheads and criminals, and it's just I don't understand, all the intimidation and the threats and the fighting that's been going on for a year, and banning people from the island, kicking them off the island for not believing the narrative. You know, movie producers that want Netflix deals, and you know, and you got all these GoFundMes that raised thousands and thousands of dollars, okay, to hire PIs, and then you have another crazy PI and her partner that is just ruining people's lives by illegal investigation tactics and intimidation tactics and abusing their power to harass people who have nothing to do with the case. Welcome states and spreading them. I mean, it's like this, everything that's happened this year was all for the autopsy and where it happened and the circumstances of where it happened. And they've all concluded. Welcome back.
I don't know
to
why that
Criminals.
Hold on, damn it.
By illegal investigation tactics. He won. This was an accident. But no matter how many professionals and experts and members of law enforcement or ex-members of law enforcement that have come into this case and looked at the facts and the autopsy and where it happened and the circumstances of where it happened, and they've all concluded that this had to be a hit and run or some type of accident with a vehicle. Okay? That's happened over and over, guys. But nobody wants to believe it. The family doesn't want to believe it. You know, the community. I mean, these are all people who weren't there. They saw nothing. And they want to turn this into a murder charge. I mean, I don't get it. You know? It's just,
there's a lot of other smaller
it's bizarre, guys,
that aren't being put out too.
I mean, you take your car to a mechanic and it has certain things wrong with it, okay? And a mechanic can tell you just by the things that are wrong with it, you know, like the symptoms and the sounds you're hearing or what it's doing when you drive it, or, you know, all this stuff. There's ingredients that go into coming up with what's wrong with the car, okay? It's the same way when you go to the doctor. You go to the doctor and tell them, you know, this and that's going on, you know, what's wrong with me? And usually they can tell you exactly what's wrong with you, okay? Just because of the symptoms you're having. And they can rule certain things out, and diagnose you with other things, okay? You may be thinking that you have cancer.
The channel's called Criminals Hate Me. Sorry, guys. I should have said that. Criminals Hate Me.
Okay? And the doctor tells you, no, it's just something else. You know, it's just fun. Okay? Because I think this case is solved. I think all we need now is just for law enforcement to do the right thing and admit that it's solved. Okay?
Okay, so I'm guessing that Brian believes that this is maybe what happened to Noah. I don't know. I can't just jump right up and go, okay, that's it. It's solved. I get it. That makes sense. I can't. There's too many other things involved in this case, you guys. That I'm not comfortable with. So, you know, if I hear law enforcement state certain things, I'm going to look at it. But I appreciate it, Brian. It's interesting to say the least, but there's definitely something going on that's not quite right with this one. At least in my opinion. So, what do you think, Mom?
I think it's a very interesting case and a lot of moving parts.
A lot of moving parts, yes.
I don't think it was an accident.
I don't either.
By
Not even
any
remotely.
means. I don't think it was an accident. And just the way he was found alone,
Thank you.
just it doesn't sit well
There-
with Tummy.
Well, the one main thing that you just said that is the biggest problem, in my opinion, is how many moving parts there are, guys. There's a lot in this case that just is way out there. There's a lot of stuff that went down. There's video that we've seen on it that shows certain things and proves other things. There's statements made by other people that, are being thrown to the side in some senses. Thank you, Doodle, very much. There's just a lot, like Mom said. There's a whole hell of a lot to this that just doesn't make any sense, guys. So I definitely don't think it was an accident. I'll put it that way. There's something about it that tells me that there's a lot of people involved. Okay. And there's some, in my opinion, some more important people involved too. So, Murky says, did we know that guy is not the one that was driving the truck? He wants folks to, we don't. That's the whole thing, Murky. We don't know that. That's the whole point. Thank you for pointing that out. I wasn't going to just come out right and say that, but we don't know that. This could be just him trying to, you know what I mean? So yes.
Look here, don't look there.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Look over there. Right. 100%. Again, thanks, Doodle, for that. Thank you to anybody that chooses to donate to these links, guys. We do appreciate that very much. More than you. Oh, and thank you for anybody that chooses to do anything with this. I haven't seen that in a long time. That's where the coffee is. If you want to send me some coffee, there you go. You don't have to by any means. You don't have to by any means, but it's there, and I will definitely drink it. I
peanut butter
do
and
that.
jelly on there?
What's that?
You got peanut butter and jelly on there?
I don't. I should probably put it there, huh? No, I don't
That's
have
what I
it.
was thinking.
A good idea.
My
I never thought
favorite's the stripes. The jar that has
that
the
mixed peanut butter and jelly mixed in there. Yeah,
dude. I will eat the whole jar.
really. Damn,
Zero shame.
I don't think I've ever had that version of it. I
Don't get
usually
the strawberry. Don't get the strawberry. You got to get the old school, the grape, and the peanut butter schmuckers. You're gonna pay an arm and a leg for it, but
gotcha. You got to pay for what's good though. That's the thing. That's the thing.
that's the stuff.
Is anyone else concerned with this creator's conviction that this kid simply had an accident and should not be charged? Agreed, Phil. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. That's what I think Murky's talking about. Like, it blatantly states it, unless he's just a friend to this person, possibly too. You know what I'm saying? But either way, yes, Molly, peanut butter jelly time. And then Bobby says there's reports that he and his friend had a fight. Yes, sir. Due to the victim crashing a four-wheeler twice, mind you. This happened twice, Bobby. A four-wheeler and a side-by-side, or I think it was a side-by-side and something else like that. But yes, you are right. And the victim's clothing was found near him, folded up nice and neat. Yes, these things are strange things that just don't happen, okay? Something's wrong. Aquaheart said goober grape. Yes, that's what it's called, goober.
Yes, there you go, goober. I couldn't think. Y'all,
Thank
my
you.
brain is mush. So
My
I
favorite
appreciate
peanut butter is Jif Creamy. That's my favorite peanut butter on the planet. Or Peter Pan Creamer. I love them both.
I don't remember what kind of peanut butter they use in that. I'm sure it's on the jar. But if you ever taste it, like, I'm telling you, man, that is like the midnight, I'm half asleep, I just want something sweet way to go.
Yes.
One spoon and it's all there together.
Yep. Yes. Yes, that's a good idea, actually.
And I agree, the strawberry doesn't taste right. Like, I'm a big strawberry person. I love strawberries. Strawberries have antioxidants in them and all kinds of good stuff for you.
I like
But
grape
they just
jelly.
don't taste right.
But
Yeah,
strawberry. I like grape jelly, but I love strawberry preserves or jam. Which one is it? Or both?
Preserves are better.
Yeah. Ew. Peanut butter and sweet pickles. What?
Now, you know what? Dandelion jelly. If you've never had dandelion jelly, That is the stuff.
I've never even heard of that. I've heard of dandelion wine. I've heard of dandelion greens and salad, but I've never heard of jelly.
Where I'm from, we have Amish communities, and they make the best dandelion jelly you will ever get your hands on. You can order it from Amazon, but it's like kind of runny. I don't suggest that. I suggest find you a good Amish community and get you some dandelion jelly.
I've never even heard. I'm gonna have to check it out. It's interesting. I'm always down to try new stuff. Thank you,
It's
I do
good.
for that. Man. That I've had. I've had jalapeno jelly. My mother-in-law's boyfriend makes it all the time. Pepper jelly, she call it's so good. It is so good. It's got just enough hot to it, but the sweet kicks it out so it doesn't burn. It's really good on crackers. I love it. And Jif is the shit, Molly. You're right.
I can't eat jalapenos, but when we went up to home to see the kids and dad and everybody a couple months ago, well, it's been several months ago at this point, he had given the old man some jalapeno jelly, and I swear to you, he ate it on everything he could possibly find.
It's good. You can eat it on cheese, guys. Little slivers of cheese and crackers and whatever. It's amazing. Dinner rolls. We had it for Thanksgiving last year. We had a jar about that big. It was full. We opened it full, right? By the end of night of Thanksgiving, there was this much left in there. People were eating it like crazy. It was really good. Candied jalapenos are great too. I've heard that, Doodle. Never had them, but I've heard that. What the hell? Candied jalapenos are great too. Amish make those. I can't get enough of those little butt blasters. Hence the name Doodlebug Fart. Yup. Yeah. Jalapeno pepper jelly is so good. I like jalapenos.
Cookies. I may see what those are about in a little
What?
while. Reese's Pieces Chips Ahoy's.
Oh, I've had those. They're good.
I ate all the damn all the hurricane snacks, so we had to go re-up snacks.
Yep. We don't have nothing, no snacks, no nothing sweet. And I get to this point where I'm craving just something sweet, and it's never here. Not that it should be, because it doesn't help, the healthy side of things and the weight that I've lost that I don't want to regain. But sometimes you just have to have something. It's crazy. Cajun kimchi. I've heard of the candied jalapenos. I've heard they were good. I love. My wife makes them homemade sometimes too. Is the jalapeno poppers with cream cheese? Oh, yoy, they're so good. Well, again, guys, with Noah's case, I don't know what to say at this point because there's really nothing new. I don't know where to go with it. I know I'm frustrated with what we know on it so far, but that's all we can do. And as far as Leilani goes, like I said, stick around because we're going to be jumping into that trial this coming week. And it should be quite interesting. I just don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to take long for a jury to decide on that one. That's my opinion. We'll see. I could be wrong.
I don't either, because there was enough put out publicly to convict her. So fingers crossed that the jury sees what we see, and I don't think this judge is going to play her little games. Like she's shit since they put her behind bars.
Hell no.
Redact this, redact that. Can I get a bond? Can I go home? No, you can't go home. You freaking monster.
He's almost as bad as Boone.
That woman.
If not worse. And we get to cover both them trials coming up, guys. So it should be fun.
You better find you some comfort foods before you go covering them two crazies together.
Yeah, well, I'll probably just smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day. That's all. You know how that goes.
That's the only thing that sucks about working during the day. I catch replay crews at night on the trials.
Right.
But Like, that is one that I am ready to see come and go as Miss Boone there. Because, I mean, I first heard about her, and you guys, I'm a little, I am what I am. I do what I do. I used to listen to 911 calls to go to sleep at night.
Oh,
And
I've
that's how
done that.
I first heard her case.
Okay.
And then I found out, not far from where we are. And
right.
then it's just the whole shitstorm. And not even a drama shitstorm, like the shitstorm she's caused. So it kind of flips the script. You're so used to seeing the shitstorm on the platforms. And no, this is the perpetrator that has absolutely just caused a circus.
Yep. And the entitlement that she's put out is so relentlessly ridiculous. And no, Aqua, I don't hate you because you don't hate Sarah. I understand. I do understand Delphi's this week too. I forgot. Jesus. We're gonna be bouncing through different things, guys.
No, that's what makes us so great is we're all different opinions and we all come together and make such a great community.
There's nothing wrong with that, Aqua. I promise you there's not. I respect it, truly. I personally don't like Sarah as a person. I feel she deserves the right to a fair trial. But at the same time, I think she's taken advantage of the judicial system in every aspect she can. And I truly feel, my opinion is that she's wholeheartedly 150,000% guilty of what she did. That's me, because we have a video production done of the crime. So, what am I supposed to say? But no. And here's the thing. I don't hate her either. I don't hate anyone. Even somebody that did this, I don't hate anything. I have a very high dislike for this woman, and I think she deserves every bit of justice that comes to her. And I don't think she deserves anything less than what she gets for it. Okay? Because of what she did. But that don't mean I hate her, because I don't hate anyone. That's facts. And nobody would ever hate you for your opinion over here, by the way, Aqua. This is community you'll see is way different than that. We don't do that over here at all. There are communities that if you have a certain opinion about certain things, you are blocked, hated, doused with gas, and kicked off the side of the earth. But we don't do it here.
I've lasted like 30 seconds in a chat before. I think that was the fastest I got blocked from a chat.
I went in and was in there for 3 seconds, Mom, and made one statement, and I was gone. Boing.
As soon as my name popped up, and I didn't even get blocked by creator. I got the message that comes across or by mod. I get the message that comes across the bottom that says you have been banned from the channel from the creator. I'm like, yes.
Yep.
We go eat some chocolate for celebration.
Exactly.
And then I have my little meme that I put out. I've been blocked by a tragedy pimp, and it has my tragedy pimp.
Absolutely.
I wear that badge with pride. But no, you don't get blocked over here. The mods are amazing. Dago's amazing. We're just one big family.
Yeah, you have. In fact, I push people to express their feelings and their opinions on things, as long as you're not re-victimizing victims in crimes, attacking families, and being really, really, really ridiculous about speculative theories. No, I want people to express their own feelings and their own opinions on these things, because that's what makes us different, guys. That's what this is all about. Can you imagine if we came into here one day and there was 50 of us in here and everybody felt the exact same way about a suspect or a person that's on trial for something? How boring would that be?
Oh, it would suck.
Just
my opinion. It would suck
Would.
because I enjoy seeing everybody's input. And and if you have a different opinion than the mass public has an opinion, then there's a possibility that you've been looking at other things that those people haven't been looking at. And then it gets all brought to the table. And then, that's what the beauty of discussion is.
Right. We should all agree with Dago. Then we could all be wrong together.
Phil. I've become to love Phil.
You can't do anything but love Phil.
Where is Walt?
I don't know. Walt. I think Walt's having a midlife crisis or something. Has been running crazy at nighttime because I don't see him anymore. I think, I don't know, sports events, things like that. I think is what Bill's or Walt's doing.
Oh, it's football season. That's where
Yeah.
Walt is. Yeah, see, Miss Barbara said that happened to her one time. Didn't even know what she did. She asked and no one answered. See, that's crazy.
Yep. Walt slacking. I guess Walt's going to get a demerit. Then he's going to lose one of his Boy Scout points.
I was going to say, where's Paula? She needs to give him a bad grade on his scorecard. Oh, Doodle's going to write him a letter. Woohoo! Walt's in trouble now.
You don't want a letter from Doodle, I'll tell you right now. You don't. She signs it in dear blood.
She says dear blood. That's good.
Yeah.
I love
saying.
it.
You'll know when you get it. Molly, don't get kicked out of here after 2 years, Molly. Please don't. Please don't.
So my in-laws are big Steelers fans, Molly. I'm just saying.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She does this on purpose because I'm a Browns fan and the Browns hate the Steelers, so that's why she's doing it. I love you, Molly. Don't do it. That's all I'm saying. I absolutely detest the Pittsburgh Squealers. Just saying.
Oh, that's priceless. See, I quit watching sports years ago.
Shame on you.
Yeah, I mean, I used to be a big sports buff. I've been to so many games, like in-person games, and like I loved it. And then I just quit watching them. Like I watched the Super Bowl, but like actually like keeping up with games and stuff.
See, I know people, and nothing against you, Mom. You know I love you, but you can't to watch the Super Bowl and not watch the build up to the Super Bowl is just like I don't even know. I had a thought of how to explain it, but I'm not going to go there
Well,
tonight.
I'm a big highlights person now. Like I used to be like in it, like in the game, like own jerseys and whole outfits and like had the colors of my car and my seat covers. And, now I'm a big Cliff Notes person. Just give me the Cliff Notes. Where are we at? Show me some scores. I'll root for the underdog as long as it's not the Patriots. Just saying.
No. Nope. No. We don't do the Patriots around here at all. All right, Miss Barbara. Thank you so very much. Miss Barbara says, I love you all. Good night. Going over to Mr. Steve. Thank you all for your hard work. Yes, ma'am. You have a great night.
I love you too, Miss Barbara.
I didn't know Mr. Steve was live.
Live this late?
He does sometimes. 11 o'clock I've seen. Fun. But yes. I'm done anyway tonight, so we're finished. We are over. We're out. We're done. Dago's gonna have to sleep a little bit.
We've been keeping you up late.
Everton. Oh, I don't mind. It's okay. Everton. Go Everton. What is Everton? Mark and Betty. I don't know who that is, but I hope they do well. Let me see. In my house, we have Steelers, Seahawks, Dallas, Chiefs, Raiders. Are you confused, Molly? Like, what the hell? Steelers and Seahawks, Dallas, Chiefs. What? That's a whole big mix there. But hey, if it works for you, that's what matters. Falcons, even though I live in Texas, born and raised in East Alabama, and took my dad took me to Falcons. Hey, good. There you go. Now, I will say this. Roll Tide, roll Tide, roll Tide. That's the college team I like, believe it or not. But yes, you need Red Zone, Mom. I have it, and I don't even have to pay for it. Oh, I get it, Molly. I got stuck making a cat bus. What? Tomboy, what the heck are you talking about? What is a cat bus? Chiefs and Rams. I love golf. Golf is fun to play. It's hard to watch. I love playing golf. I can't watch golf. Watching golf is like watching paint dry.
Not a golf person.
It's
fun. I don't know nothing about clubs. I don't know nothing about this size of club and that side of club and birdies and nests and eggs and all. I don't know nothing about all that stuff.
A house for the cat, but it looks like a video. Oh, that's cute. I want to see it when you're done.
We have to see pictures.
I want to see when you're done. Done. Heard that before. Heard what? What are you talking about, Phil? I'm lost now. Too many conversations going on. What did you? What?
Who the hell's Dane? Did I miss Dane? Are you
Dane.
Dane? He
Who,
said
Phil?
Dane. Yeah.
No,
Done.
Dane.
No, I can't even
Done.
read, y'all. I should probably go to
Done.
bed.
Yeah, done. I'll watch it if
I should
Mike is
probably
playing.
go to bed.
Golf is fun to play. It really is. It's just not fun to watch. That's all.
Believe the leaked interview from Caden is on YouTube also.
What?
Hummingbird. Yeah, I don't know.
Got you. Yeah. There is one hummingbird about the Noah's case. We're gonna do a hopefully soon an update on Noah's case. I'm trying to find any kind of new stuff with it to put out there to make sense of it. That's all. Dane Crawford says, avid golfer here. I can drive the ball 300 yards. Good. That's awesome. And good to have you, Dane.
You guys had me laughing so hard last night. I was literally in tears. My ribs were hurting.
You all feared Tommy 12 even when his balls were fully inflated. What in the hell are you talking about, Phil? Hey, Robert. Good to see you tonight. Doodle said, I don't play golf. I can swear at home or curse at home. It's official. Dago is a toffee. You guys are you guys have me lost somewhere in the jungle. I have no idea what you're talking about tonight. You're done. Tired. Said that last night. Oh, I'm tired. Yeah. I'm burned out, I think. But I am done. Like, I'm finished for tonight. We've been here 5 hours now.
Time flies when you're with company.
Of course. I'll be here in the morning. I might be by myself if Doodle's not able to make it, but I'll still be here. It might be late morning. Maybe we'll have brunch together. Maybe we'll do that. We'll see.
I like brunch.
I just got to be able to sleep all night. That's all. Like I said, Google Everton. I will do that, Mark and Betty. I promise. I was going to say something and completely lost my mind. What was I going to say? I fell asleep today right before, like after my show. I went in and sat down and was watching something for a little bit. And then next thing you know, I woke up and it was like 6 o'clock. My wife's walking around the house. I'm like, when did you walk in the door? She goes, I don't know, 3 hours ago when I got home, or 2 hours ago when I got home. And I went, oh, sorry. Because I wasn't going to bother you. Yeah, I just didn't sleep last night. I don't know if anybody knows anything about restless leg syndrome. When it hits, good God, it's so aggravating. I'll be laying there and my legs are up, like my feet are up and my knees are up and my legs are just flying back and forth trying to keep myself. I don't know. It drives me nuts.
And mine hurt. Like mine,
hurt.
I have restless leg and they hurt. Like they hurt so bad.
Yeah, mine is
Getting old sucks.
It does. It does. Between the neuropathy, the back problem, the hip problem, the neck problem, the restless leg sit, I want to. I'm telling you right now, it's not worth it. It's crazy, and that's a lot of times why I don't sleep right, because of that kind of stuff. And on top of it, I did something to my ankle about a week and a half now. My left foot's been swollen. I've been eating Tylenol and ibuprofen like Tic Tacs. And I think it's because when I sit for a period of time, because my neuropathy and stuff, I sit with my feet turned sideways and my ankles are like flattened. And I think I refractured my ankle because I had fractured it once before. And I think doing that, I was doing something and I sat for a long time. I think I may have refractured it. It hurts like hell though.
Ankle injuries suck. Like I swear you never recover from it. Like after a certain age, if you screw up your ankles, I don't think it ever fully recovers.
Yep. I agree with you. I do definitely agree with you. Okay. I guess I will have to do that, Tomboy. Yes, yes, yes. It's not fun. I will look into the Aleve if it works. So this morning, found out that the tow truck driver dropped off the genius's car at the. Oh, that's helpful, Phil. I get leg cramps super bad unless my back stuff starts. You need to eat more bananas, Molly. You need potassium. Potassium. Can you do
Strawberries, bananas.
it? Potassium. Apples and bananas. Anybody remember Barney?
I can honestly say the kids were not big on Barney. Like, it was Elmo. Thank goodness it was Elmo.
Elmo's almost my first round of kids. The older ones, they loved Barney. My oldest daughter did, especially, and I could sing every damn song that Barney ever sung, and Baby Bop, and whoever the rest of them were.
Yeah, like, it was a limited thing, and then I don't know. I don't even remember where the turn came, but it was like really limited. I think there was like one Barney toy and maybe one Halloween as Barney, and then out of nowhere it was Elmo.
That's good. Elmo was kind of irritating too, but hey. No, the Teletubbies never came on in my house. My kids watched them once, and that was that.
No Teletubbies. We did Baby Einstein. Like, when Tater was little, he loved Baby Einstein.
I don't even know that one. We did Mr. Rogers, Barney, Lamb Chop, which I know the Lamb Chop song too. A lot of Disney movies. Disney, like I had every Disney movie that ever came out on VHS back in the day.
And the big red couch. Do you remember the big red couch with the chip?
The big comfy couch. Yes, I was going to say
there
that
you
next.
go. There you go. Oh, there you go.
Yep. My daughters both loved the big comfy couch. And then there was another show about what the hell was it? Gullah Gullah Island, I think. But then they all at the same time, and I loved it because it's my favorite show. One day we were watching all their weird shows, and I was sitting there and I turned on, I was flipping through the channels, and I got mad. And I found Scooby-Doo, and they all shut up real quick, and they went. And I was like, oh no, do they like it? And I changed the channel, and they turned and looked at me and said, put it back. And that was the end of it. I was loving it. Yes. They loved Scooby-Doo, and everything else was good. I was good from there on out. That's all that mattered. And I will still sit and watch Scooby-Doo like I'm a 5-year-old.
Complete.
It was.
Oh, I watched Scooby-Doo in a heartbeat.
Yeah. I wish they would come out with new episodes. Now, I did watch that new version of it, Mystery Incorporated. That they got a little dark with that one. It was good, though. I liked it. They even
totally off subject. Did you know that Venom has another movie coming out?
Yep, I showed it last night. Remember? You were here,
No.
Mom. You were sleeping with your eyes. Yes, you were here.
I was so stressed out, I probably just didn't realize it.
It's okay. Yes, The Last Dance. Venom's last. It's called Venom: The Last Dance. Yes, I watch all those too.
Excited.
I'm a nerd, as you call it. I'm a nerd. I like all the Marvel superhero movies and all the fun stuff like that.
Closet nerd.
Yep. I was one of the cool nerds, as they called it, because I didn't let on that I was a nerd, but I loved all the nerd stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
That way the girls would like me. I wanted to make sure the girls would like me, so I couldn't let them know that I played Magic and I was a Dungeons and Dragons weirdo and I was into all the fun stuff. It worked because a lot of them liked me. So there you go. There was a show I found on YouTube where they started coming out with a series called Mystery Inc. and they did 2 episodes and they never finished, and I was pissed. I was getting all excited because it was like a live in person series. It was awesome, kind of like Riverdale and stuff like that. It was going to be great.
Ooh.
Yep.
So
And
why
they
do they
never.
make stuff like that and just take it away?
I don't
So
know. It was
unfair,
awesome.
man. So
The first,
unfair.
the first 2 episodes were amazing, and then they just poof, it was gone. I was pissed off. Who doesn't love a big dumb dog and a stoner? Right?
What the
Thank
hell?
you. Scooby and Shaggy.
I love Scooby. I
Scooby,
have a
yeah.
Scooby. Look, I'll show you guys. So Drifty Rabbit, my sister, is obsessed with Scooby Doo.
So am I.
And I got her this, and he's gonna go nuts. You hear him?
Yep. That looks like Scrappy.
No, it's Scooby. See his little name tag?
Oh yeah, it's him. I got a lot. I have tons and tons of Scooby stuff. I even have. Does anybody remember the 10,000-volt ghost?
Oh yeah.
I have the Mystery Machine, Fred, Shaggy, Velma, Daphne. I have a whole bunch of different Scoobies.
Hey
they're all
Taylor.
relevant. Hey Taylor. Yes. There's a second movie coming out, a Smile 2 coming out, Molly. We watched that last night in the up and coming movies. Yesterday, not last night. It was yesterday. You weren't there, Mom. It was during the day, the morning show. Sorry.
I was in and out because I
Right.
didn't have any power. Like it got epic towards the end of the day. Like I was literally in the car, like phone
Right.
plugged into the car on the mount that I broke, but I kind of fixed it. And I filmed a short like in the car. It was so bad.
Nice. You know that's based on a true story, Doodle, right? Loosely, of course. Orphan. Definitely based on a true story. Scooby Doo. I love Scooby Doo. I just wish they would have gone on with more of it. I don't understand why they shut it down. Yes, and it makes it creepier. I know, Doodle. Have you seen that horrible one where they kidnap the kid and it turns into a monster? I forgot the name. I have no idea what you mean, Leslie.
I want to watch Running Scared again. I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
You're not talking about my favorite movie, are you?
It's got the little boy, I think his name was Olaf or Oleg. Oleg. His name was Oleg. And those
The one with
sickos.
River Phoenix.
I think River Phoenix was in it.
Judd Hirsch was the father, and the mother. They were like activists that were hiding from the FBI.
I don't know.
No, there's a movie. It's my favorite movie. I swear to God, it is. It's got River Phoenix, Judd Hirsch, another kid as a little brother. Judd Hirsch is the father. I can't think of the mother's name. Anyway, there's a song that's a theme song for the movie, and that song is like my favorite song. It's a James Taylor song, and I can't think of the name of it right now either. Running Scared, that's not the movie name. It's shit. It's an 80s movie. I can't think. I know what the one you're talking about has. Is it Gregory Hines?
Hell, I don't know. I've got my names all mixed up now.
That's
a good movie.
I know the movie you're talking about.
It's really jacked up at the end. I mean, the whole movie's jacked up, but
yeah. Now I gotta look it up.
Austin, Texas. That's a whole shitstorm in itself.
Yes, ma'am. Running Scared. Oh, this is from 06. That was a remake. Hold on, let me see if it's the same one. Here is a trailer.
Ooh.
Down on the ground. Go, go, come on, move.
The guy was a cop. Joey, get rid of it.
I try to live an ordinary life, but I run with a very dangerous crew. And it's my job to clean up the messes they make, no questions asked. It was all working out for me.
Go wash up. Those hands are scary.
The way I figured it, what my family doesn't know won't hurt them. Until that night.
Get down! Are you okay?
The night someone took that gun.
You take the ride down. I'm gonna find that gun, because I got the toughest mob in the world. I'm the law.
It's not just any hot piece. Tommy used it to burn a dirty cop. If they find it, I'm dead.
Calm down. You can get to it before the cops do.
You got something that belongs to me. Snubnose 38, you just scored in a card game.
Royal Flush put her in my pocket. 300 cold puts her in mine.
The gun is on the street. The Russian mob is involved. This whole thing is about to blow up.
I did not marry an evil man. And I know it's not what I see when I look in your eyes.
I want my gun!
Dead guys tell no tales.
You gonna whack me? How long have we known each other? Come on!
I have never seen evil before tonight. Real evil.
Finish it. Don't you do this, Frankie. Don't you do it.
Is that it, Mom?
Nope, that's not it.
Oh, well, I'm going to see that now because it's got Paul Walker and Vera Farmiga in it. I love Vera Farmiga. She's awesome. The only other running, I think it's called Running Scared that I knew of had Gregory Hines in it. But when I typed it in, that's the one that came up. The only one. Are you sure it's called Running Scared?
I'm pretty sure. Now I'm going to have to find it.
There's another one that has Billy Crystal and Gregory Hines in it from I think 2001. No, way before that, maybe. Hold on. Ray and Danny, they play police detectives. Is it like that? That kind of a movie?
No, it's no, I don't even. I might have the damn name wrong.
There's the
Let's
cover
see if
for
he's
the other
awake.
one. Ugly Wuggly. Okay. Apartment 7A. What are we talking about here, you two? Yes, I did know that, Phil. George Carlin was on that show, too, for a while. After he cleaned up his language. Running Scared. What is the movie about that you're talking about, Mom? I can probably help you.
Okay, so it's about this kid, and I think the mom's involved in that one too. But like at the end of the video, the kid gets kidnapped by these sickos, and they have like a plastic room. Trigger warning: they have a plastic room, and the mom, it's the aunt. I don't think it's the mom. I think it's the aunt comes in. She finds the kid because he gets in a bathroom. He finds a medicine bottle and finds the address on the medicine bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's calling her and he's like, this is where I'm at. You know, da da da. These people are sick and da 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 da. And she like comes in at the very end of the movie and you see her come in the house and you see the two sickos standing there. And then she calls 911 and she's like, come to such and such and such and such address. There's been a shooting. And then the next thing you hear is just the guns go off and the movie ends. It's a really good movie. And I swear that's what it was called, but I will find out what it's called.
I've never heard of that. I can't even put that together, but it sounds interesting. Sounds like a cheese. I'd like Vera Farmiga. You guys know who Vera I'm so tired. Formaggio is, right? From the Bates Motel. Norman's Mother. For any of you that watched that, I always had another woman, another actress I had a little crush on. Hold on. Let me see if I can find her. She was in American Horror Story too. Or I mean, her sister. I'm sorry, her sister is in American Horror Story. My apologies. 1 second. This is who she is. Do you recognize her?
She looks familiar.
She's been in a lot of different stuff, but yeah, I had a Hollywood crush on this one. I still kind of do. Her sister's the other one. It's a lot of people didn't know that was her sister from American Horror Story. For anybody that ever watched it, hold on. And you can see it when you look at the two of them together, but you can't tell. You would never know a separate. And here they are together, but 1 second here. This here is her sister. She's in American Horror Story. This is Vera, of course. Do you recognize the sister? They're both good actresses, really good actresses. Yeah, I didn't know either. I found out accidentally. I happened to notice the credits off of American Horror Story one day, and I said, "Pardon me," and I looked. I'm like, "That's a weird name. You don't see it too often." And when I went and looked up the stuff that Thaisa did, which is the younger one, and then it showed them together, I went, "Holy shit, they are sisters!" So, you know how we do our research. They're both really good actresses, in my opinion. Nope. Okay. Whatever you say, Phil. Anyway, I think I'm putting Mom to sleep.
I'll find out what the name of that movie is because it's going to drive me insane. He's good with movies. It'll hit him eventually.
Running on Empty is the one I thought you were talking about at first. That has River Phoenix and Judd Hirsch in it.
I'll figure out what it is.
That's okay. How many American Horror Story fans are in here? I see Aqua is.
I love American Horror Story.
Have you watched any of the newest ones?
Mm-mm. No, I think the last ones I watched was The Circus.
That's the best one, Sideshow.
Mm-hmm.
Then they started doing dumb shit with them. They started splitting them up into like little series episodes and stuff. I'm like, what are you doing? Stop messing with good stuff.
That's probably the best thing that Lady Gaga ever did.
She did great with that too. Apartment 7A, new thriller kind of really. That's my kind of stuff. Let's see. I'm still sticking by it. True Detective series. Everybody needs to watch. All right, here's the trailer, guys. This is Phil. Phil says this is it. This is the thing. See if we're gonna go watch it. Wait a minute. Is this the story about the woman that lived in the Cecil Hotel? If it is, I heard that they were doing a movie about this. No. This actress here, I noticed her voice somewhere, but Annabelle, that's not new, Phil. Is this a remake of Rosemary's Baby?
It is Running Scared. That was the right movie. I texted Minnie.
That was the right one? Okay. That looks like it could be a remake of Rosemary's Baby in a way, or another. Well, Phil said a precursor to it. Hey, Drifty. Good to see you tonight, hun. Interesting. I'll have to check that out, Phil. Thank you. I always like movies like that. No, it's all right, Delta. We're gonna shut down anyway. We're just talking about a little bit of just whatever. Have a great night, Miss Delta. Thank you for being here tonight, dear. Another new Annabelle. There's another Annabelle movie coming out. Are you serious? No way.
All right. I love you guys. Thank you so much for everything.
Yes,
I will
ma'am. I
see
hope
y'all in the
everything.
morning.
I hope something comes from it.
Me too. Thank you for doing that tonight. And thank you for everything you do. And thank you, chat and everybody. And y'all have a good night. Make good choices. And I will catch you guys on the flip side.
Yes, ma'am. You too. Thank you so much for doing what you do and being here tonight. I appreciate you very much. Bye bye, Mom. There is a new Annabelle coming out. It's called Annabelle 4 Silent Fear. Hell no. Yep, right there. Oh, God. These movies are, the Annabelle movies are interesting. Have a good night, Aqua. This is the last trailer I'm showing, guys.
No! No!
Who is it? You're a nightmare. Is Annabelle there?
What are you guys? Well, we've been called ghost hunters, paranormal researchers.
But we prefer to be known simply as Ed and Lorraine.
When we came home, she was sitting in the hallway, but we had left her in the spare room.
Whatever Lorraine sees, feels, touches, takes a toll on her. A little piece each time.
Something awful happened here, Ed.
What is it?
Hello, Lorraine.
That looked weird, but okay. Oh, this one. Yeah. I've seen this. We watched this. Abigail. Yeah. It's crazy. Abigail, it's nuts. We watched this about a month ago, actually. It's creepy as hell. I've seen it. Yeah, and of course Lorraine is Vera Farmiga because she's awesome. Yeah, and they've used the same people to play them in the Conjuring movies, Annabelle, every movie they've been in. It's been pretty awesome. So, all right, folks, I'm gonna call it a night. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thank you all so very much for joining me tonight. Much love to you all. I will be here for the morning brunch show tomorrow. We'll call it. We'll see. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. God bless every one of you guys. Much love to you all. Prayers to Miss Joanne Henderson, Christopher's mother again, and that Christopher is brought home soon and safe, hopefully. And besides that, I will see you all tomorrow. I hope you have a great night of sleep. You as well, Mark. You as well, my friend. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Get some sleep because it's very late for you. It's probably early morning now. And we'll see you sometime tomorrow. Phil, thank you for tuning in tonight. You're appreciated. That goes for all of you. Thank you to the Blue Crew. You guys are amazing. Thank you to everybody that has supported the channel in every fashion, whether it be just being here and supporting us that way. If you choose to support the channel financially, thank you so much for that. We appreciate it. We don't expect it, but we do appreciate it very much. You are gratefully appreciated. Besides that, guys, have an amazing rest of your night, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye.